All right. Hey, Malcolm, you're a beauty. Thanks for being here. Thank you to everyone to everyone that supported the channel for a while, but everyone that subscribed tonight as well. Thank you. Chris Vincent. All right. Hey, I guess we're not getting 28.2K, but we're one subscriber away from 20.
Hey, what's up, Revenite? Can you hear me all right? Got a little change of venue. Doing it out in the living room here. Got the dogs. I'm gonna do a little hot take hockey post game show. If anybody wanted to come and chat, how your Avs looking? I've been wanting to watch that game, but it's been on intermission since I've been live. Here, I'll change the camera angle a bit. So, have you gotten to watch any of the Avs tonight, Revenite, or? We got a couple people in the chat. What's up? Leave a like, subscribe, ask a question. We're doing a little hot take hockey post game because John's got homework to do, and I wanted to keep chatting. And it's light out still, so we can move around and we can get some scenery in if it wasn't snowing outside. Anybody got any cues? Or Tampa Bay is going on right now. They're 2-1 midway through the second, I think. And Vegas and Colorado just kicked back off Revenite just 18 minutes in. So, yeah, cool, man. I'm just having fun doing the hockey chatting if anybody wants to come in. Let me know if you hear me or I'm too loud or there's issues. I think I'm going to put Colorado on the big screen. That'll be a good game, I think. Vegas and Colorado. I think that's going to go down to the wire. Oh, thanks for leaving a like. Appreciate it. 2-1 Tampa. Tampa is being badly outshot. 16-27. So I've let's see. I have 3 games on. I have Tampa, Dallas. I have Colorado, Vegas, and I just put the Wild Blues on my iPad. That's 2-1. So I've got 3 games I can look in on. If you guys want to chat or talk about anything. So Colorado's on the power play, 1:49 to go. Cale Makar skates it out of the zone. Nathan McKinnon drops for Nathan McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon skates it in. Ozone makes a move around Alex Martinez. McKinnon gets, I think he scored there. That went off the bar inside, but nope. It's not a goal. What a shot. McKinnon's got he's such a good player. He's, he fanned on a one-timer. Man, he must have hit the inside of the bar, like the crease or the top, and I don't know how that doesn't go in. That is insane. So, a minute 05 left in Vegas. Penalty kill. Avs jumping it in. Landeskog kicks it over to McKinnon. McKinnon in the corner. Back to Landeskog. Landeskog to Rantanen. I don't know who Rantanen was passing to. He didn't pass to anybody. So they had to take it back out of the zone. Yeah, Colorado has actually looked not great on this PP. They've missed on a couple. They've made some sloppy plays. So Colorado's still in the zone. Girard just turned the puck over to, I don't know who that is for Vegas. I can't see the number. Just turned it over immediately. Yeah, not good. Rantanen's still out there with the second unit. Or I'm sorry, that's Andre Burakovsky. Burakovsky's back in. He chips it out to Oh, they score. Tied it up. What a fluke play. Jonas Donskoy, I think, bats the puck baseball like in the high slot out of the air. I'm sure Fleury looks like he wants a protest, but it's not a high stick. I don't know. Did I limit the chat? Did I do something with the chat? No, I didn't enable slow mode, so it's good. Okay, so just revenue. Yeah, it was a nice goal. He was screened anyway. I think Fleury read it going the other way, but it just, he just like it flopped to him and he just chunked it and it went off Vegas defender. Donskoy. Donskoy's a nice little pickup for the Avs. I'm surprised the Sharks ever let him go. We'd have to ask John's buddy Twisted Wrister what he thinks of the Sharks are having a rough year, aren't they, man? I'd take Logan Couture on the Caps. Nice third line center. I think he's owed a ton. Yeah. Donskoy, a good player, man. So Avs got a lot of energy. They're kicking it into high zone now. It's they're in the ozone pinned down. I couldn't see who had the puck down low. Nazem Kadri, my bad. He chips it out. Who's 37 for Colorado? Yeah, Nieto. Donskoy and Nieto were both former Sharks, right, Revenite? And I think they both lost them in free agency, I believe, or trades or something. Tough. Those role player guys sometimes they just, like they're hard to replace. I mean, I think Jay Beagle, he was such a good faceoff guy for the Caps. They could never replace him. Definitely didn't do it the year after they won the cup. It's just so hard too when the Lightning are so lucky. Everybody knows they're so stinking lucky. By the way, Dallas tied it 2-2 real quick interlude there with Dallas just went up 3-2 with 15 seconds to go. What a goal by Robertson. Whoa, bad goal for the Tampa Bay Lightning to give up. Wow. And Vasilevsky's in net, so it's not like whoever their backup is. It was a bad turnover by not Sergachev. Tyler Johnson. Oh, and then just a sweet pass from gosh, I'm so sorry. Joe Pavelski just puts it on the tape. For Robertson. Was it all Pavelski just putting the pressure on the forecheck in the middle of the ice? What a goal. So Dallas ties the game and then goes up 3-2 with less than – anytime you score in under a minute, oh, my God, dude. You guys, right? Like, that's just such a backbreaker for the other team. Like, less than a minute to go. You're almost out of the period. Everything's going to be safe. Oh, no. I got a guest. I got the Bone Dad. Hey, Bone Dad. Say hi to the chat. Would you say hi? Say hi to the post game. We got 3 games on, so it's not really a post game, is it? Give me Pupcase. Love you, buddy. Mama's coming back soon. My dogs are all they don't like us being gone. So Kaprizov has another goal, 11 for this. That's one of the goals earlier. It's still 2-0. I think Revenite, the Avs have put together a sick team. Joe Sakic is I just wonder if this is going to be I just wonder if the Avs are going to be one of those teams, like the team of the decade. I think they got to win a cup, but I just think the talent. I mean, you and I were just talking. Hey, what's up, Hockey Junkie? What's going on? Revenite and I were just talking about Eric Johnson not too long ago, I believe, right, Revenite? And I didn't even know he was on long-term IR. And the Avs look great on D. Byram's a player. Makar might be he might be the second coming of like Ray Bourque. I mean, he's not the physical. He doesn't look like the physical guy, but like, so I saw Kadri on Spittin' Chicklets today, and he didn't have anything but great. He said His quads are just like mammoth. Talking about Cale Makar. Because he doesn't look like a real big deal. But, I feel the same way about John Carlson. Doesn't look like a really intimidating guy. And if I was standing next to him, he's I think like 6'3". I'm like, what? Like, you're a big guy. You don't look that big on the ice. Of course, everybody looks small towards Chara, huh? So, yeah, wow, Nashville's pounding Detroit. You know what's going to kill the NHL trade deadline? It's not going to be as exciting as the NBA's one because the stupid they should not have to quarantine. These players are getting tested every day, like twice a day. What's up, Thomas? Woohoo! Thanks for showing up. We got a Viveros in the house. So, yeah, just doing a fun, quick post show. As long as guys want to chat. Got 3 games on. I'll try to give it a quick spin around. Wait for my wife to get back because it's just so hard to move furniture and stuff. I wasn't going to go live, but I figured if I told John I was going live, he might get off the chat. He wanted to do home HGH raid. Oh, HGH raid. Thanks, CD. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. We got a whole 9. Woohoo! Salty. Hey, Isles fan for life. What a game by the Isles. Great win. Blaze, what's up, brother? Nilser, 36. Bradley Reynolds, what's going on? Skinner, the Canadian Bacon. I don't know Bacon. I don't know, man. I don't know if I like the new name. It's easier to type, though. Ethan Stainton. Hot take hockey. Java Veros, the legend. Thomas, you already came in. Dave, what's up? How's it going? Thomas, you came in kind of sneaky before the raid. Blaze, HG Sports, what's going on? So I got 3 games on. We're just going to chat. If you guys want to chat, I was doing play-by-play, a little bit of play-by-play for Avs Vegas. I think that's going to be a great game. Plus, Revenite was the only one in here, and he's an Avs fan. I got Minnesota St. Louis on. There's 8 minutes left to go in that. It's 2-0. And then on my other monitor here, I've got Tampa Bay Dallas. It is 3-2 Dallas. They scored a goal with less than 15 seconds. Tape to tape. What's up? Yeah. HTH rate. Oh, I thought, yeah, Thomas, I appreciate you showing up, man. Like anytime. Latest, thank you. Yes. Yes, Stars, man, Blaze. Woohoo. I love the Stars. Like, I'm a Giants fan. I hate the Dallas Cowboys, but I like the Mavericks. I like the Stars. I rooted for the Stars because I always pick the underdog if I don't. Landeskog almost scored. Colorado's on the power play again real quick. 1-3 in the power play. Bad turnover. Vegas has got a breakaway with Riley Smith. Yeah, it's back. Vegas to 12 minutes and 55 seconds for my feed. 1:17 left on the power play. Landeskog skates it out of the zone. Throws it into the corner. Didn't see who that was. Sorry there. I think it's Nazem Kadri to Rantanen. Rantanen back up to the point to Makar. Makar fumbles a little bit. Real quick. Rantanen down at Landeskog should have been able to shove that right into the net. Vegas recovers and kicks it back out. 53 seconds. Yeah, Skinner, that's cool if you stay. Like I said, if you guys want, John, no problem. Don't worry about dropping the link. I so appreciate. I never expected. I knew you needed to do your work, man, and I was like, man, if I say, hey, I'll do a quick live stream, and then I get the wife could make a guest appearance. She just got back from the grocery store, yeah, let's go Giants, Big Blue. Somewhere I got some. Go Rangers! Oh, there's the one. Yes, what is going on with the freaking Rangers and Flyers? It's like the Flyers, they go to this like horrible hockey twilight zone when they play the Rangers. Ryan S., how was your day, bro? I had a good day. I had a relatively didn't do shit day. Watched the rest of the I watched the rest of the Formula One documentary for this season on Netflix, which is sick. I forgot to say I love Formula One. I don't watch a lot of the races, but it's so fun to follow. Salty, funny you should mention the weather in Alaska. We got a snowstorm today. It was snowing all kinds of crazy. And in fact, I don't have filters on. Here, let me do this. Here, let's see if this works. See if you guys can see outside. It's white. It's white. Yeah. So Salty, Alaska has long winters. It's 30 degrees. Our winters don't typically end before April. And if they kind of linger in April, we kind of expect that too. In the Southeast, they don't get snow at all. Like Juneau, like my dad lived in an area called Prince of Wales Island. It's Craig. They hardly get snow at all in the winter, and so their seasons are a lot like British Columbia and stuff because that goes pretty far down there, as big as the state is. So I have PTSD of snow after all the Texas outages. Well, Blaze also because you people in Texas got jobbed by the power companies getting $6,000 heating bills and shit. Yeah, so Salty, Anchorage is really kind of a temperate. It's like gets in the 60s in the summer. If it gets in like the 80s, Colorado scores, by the way. 37. I think that's JT Comfer for Colorado. Nice goal. When you're getting it out of your third or fourth line, I think that's fourth line. So, yeah, anyway, it never gets too cold or too hot in the summer / winter in Anchorage. It's like negative 65 degrees Fahrenheit, and then they'll get like 100 degrees in the summer. So they're in the middle of the state actually stuff. So it's good. So yeah, Salty is a nice goal. This is a huge series. I'll tell you guys, and I don't know if there's any Vegas fans in the chat. We got 6 in the chat. So Vegas is missing something for me. They have great players. They don't have a superstar really. Stone is really Fleury obviously has played incredible this year. He's back to kind of, I think, his career kind of gets saved too because he had some injury problems and Pittsburgh had they had really good depth. So yeah, J-Dog, I used to go to UAA games all the time when they were in the WCHA. They now play on. They're really struggling. I don't even know the conference they're in now. I mean, we basically were in the SEC of college hockey at one point, Michigan. I mean, we've had some players. Jay Beagle played for UAA. I haven't been in a long time. Pandemic and all. I don't think we could have gone anyway. But so yeah. KP stole a whole cookie. Monkey. Oh, monkey. They have chocolate chips in them.
Yeah, I stole it.
Oh, you got it back from them? Okay. Hold on a sec, guys. So Vegas just got a penalty. Jonathan Marchessault, 2 minutes for holding. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I know it's unprofessional to leave the chat. So, yeah, J-Dog, I used to go back in the day, but I just haven't gone in decades. It's been a long time. I used to get free tickets to work too. Yeah, so I'm Colorado. I picked Colorado to be in the Stanley Cup Finals last year. I believe Grubauer can take them there. They just have to have healthy goaltending. They didn't have that. They could have easily been in the finals. I thought they were a better team than Dallas. Dallas was impressive because of their depth. I think they didn't have a ton of injuries, and I think by the time they got to the Stanley Cup Finals, they had injuries. They peaked at the right time, but and Hudobin played his ass off. But Colorado is so good, and Revenite and I were talking about it. It's like they don't have Eric Johnson. You don't even notice. It's like before that would have been a big loss for them, and it's just not even a factor. They're so fast, they're so good, and they have tons of physicality. So the thing about I'm not trying to crap talk Vegas. I don't hate them or anything. I just think HTH raid Victoria Lou. I think you're like 10 minutes late unless John is sending people again. Oh, yeah. I think you're late, Victoria. But thank you so much for coming in and subscribe and leave a like. And I went from like 0 subscribers to like 25. I haven't been doing this very long, so that's pretty cool. Real quick updates. 4:10 left in the Minnesota-St. Louis game in the third, 2-0. Minnesota. St. Louis is is going to make it, I think. Colorado's still 2-1, 8:32 left, 19 seconds on the power play. We'll see. Looks like they're putting the second lineup up. And I think Tampa Bay and Dallas still 3-2 at the break. They're still at the break. So, Blaze, you got to sell. I think it's Daryl Ray. He's the color guy for Dallas. I think he's one of the best color guys in the NHL. He never gets any credit. He's super hilarious. He's been doing it a long time too. So I think he was with them. I think he actually played for Minnesota at one point. I'm assuming when they were the North Stars. So 2-1. Vegas wins the face-off, so that's not good for Colorado's power play. They're probably going to kill the rest of this off. 8:25. Like I said, if you guys just want to chat, or I can do play-by-play. I'm not John Viveros good at play-by-play. I know the Avs roster are fairly good because they got a couple former Caps, and I picked them to be in the Stanley Cup Finals. So, Steph, they can see you in the back. You can see Steph. Like this way?
Yeah, so they don't see our messy ass.
Yeah. Yeah, we live like college students because I am a college student. Yeah, John is awesome, man. And he's such a good hockey mind. He knows the game. I think defensemen and goalies are like catchers in baseball. They learn the game. They know where everybody's supposed to go and do. And I never hear an unfair critique from John. I always feel like he comes from a really objective, unbiased, he's super good. And Colorado, they scored. Nice play. Kale McCarr. Wow. How incredible is that kid? He is so good. And he's one of those guys in the face. He looks like a 12-year-old boy. He doesn't look like he has a lot of muscle. But when I heard Nazem Kadri on Spitting Chicklets podcast today talk about how his quads are like this, I was like, oh, that's what makes a good hockey player. Like, you don't need much of an upper body, right? I mean, you have to have enough strength to fight the boards and stuff, but it's all on the legs, right? If you can skate, this kid can fly. And I think he's probably huge in person. So yeah, I'm indebted to John forever. I appreciate. Again, I wouldn't even went live tonight if any of the other hockey YouTubers were live because I checked, and Valhalla usually goes for the Kings. They're not playing tonight, so I super appreciate it. It's way cool, man. Every chance I get, I'll sing John's praises, and I'm working. I'll have my overlay and stuff, all that stuff squared away. I mean, I didn't want to do full on play by play because I don't know what you guys are up to. I mean, I slide out here for another 2 hours, so I'm not going to be remotely tired, but I'm going to eat some dinner in probably an hour or so. So, but I'll go. Hey, thanks. Oh, you subbed, Salty. Thank you. Yeah, John's work ethic is going to get him. I already think he's really ahead of the game because he's been producing content for almost 3 years. Hey, Off the Wall, what's up, brother? How is the mass? So Off the Wall, my family originally, I live in Alaska for most of my life now, over half. Is my family though is originally from Springfield, Mass area, my mom's side, but I grew up in Montana. But I always have like this special place in my heart for people from Massachusetts, even if I don't root for really any of the teams from there or anything. So, yeah. Yeah, no, true. And that's the cool thing about it for me, Blaze, is that I could just, do posts, just have fun and chat and produce content. But I like to go live and talk with people because, like I said, I didn't realize how much I actually missed interacting with people about the game of hockey and stuff like that. I forgot Chicago was playing Florida, by the way. That's a sneaky game. That's 3-0 Chicago. What a nice win for Chicago. Yeth Raid. Is that what's Yeth? Tell me what Yeth is, Skinner. Off the Wall, you weren't streaming tonight, were you? I thought specifically I heard you say you weren't going to stream Thursday. So, again, I wouldn't have came on. Rough game for your Bruins. Crazy, man. Crazy. Oh, the beard's all blended into the black puck support shirt. You check out those guys on Twitter, and they have a podcast. I have to get all. I should have had all this written down. I'm not prepared at all. So we rated off the walls channel, and that's what used the chat. You guys were in off the walls. I thought I checked off the wall, man. If you were live, I really apologize because I thought I checked and I didn't see you live. And I thought specifically earlier in the week, I heard you say you weren't going to be streaming Thursday. I think it's Thursday. I've lost all records of time. By the way, Minnesota won their 11th straight home game. That is a franchise record. That's not too shabby. The Mike Tyson lisp. Do I have a Mike Tyson list? Am I lisping? Am I lisping, Skinner? Or does it sound like I'm lisping? I don't know. No, okay. I could try to do Mike Tyson, but I can't do Mike Tyson. I could kind of do some impressions. I used to do a mean Chris Farley. Yeah, that was a tough one off the wall. Canes it was a good game too. You guys had a 2-0 lead, and there's something to be said for that's the worst league in hockey. I've watched the Caps just blow a ton of leads this year. It's just I don't know what's going on with Boston because they started off so strong. We'll see. At least they're not the Flyers off the wall. Yeah, I agree, JDog2848. I think Minnesota is going to be – they're not going to be an easy out. People are going to be like, oh, they're goaltending. Talbot was really good for the Rangers. He didn't do much for Edmonton, but Edmonton didn't have much of defense for him. What do you mean St. Louis fan darkness Blues got shutout pain? I don't think they're losing. They're not. Oh, yeah, they got shut out by Minnesota. Yeah, but you know what, St. Louis sports fan darkness? I think the Blues just haven't been healthy, and when they get healthy, they're not going to have problems with secondary scoring. Berbatov, they're missing some good players. Isn't Schwartz out? They're missing some skill. Off the wall, John brought this up in his chat, and I have to say, by the way, off the wall, so cool you're in here. I so appreciate it, man, because I'm a big sport. Guys, check out Off the Wall, John. I know most of you probably know him. He's great. The Flyers this time last year were the best team in the NHL. That argument could be made. I just don't understand why they suck. I mean, I love Matty Niskanen. You don't got to tell me I'm a Caps fan. I think he's an incredible defender. He's a great defensive defenseman. Him being gone can't be the only difference in that team. I think his leadership must have been a big part, though, because they are just awful. And for whatever reason, they just step into the twilight zone of shit hockey when they play the New York Rangers. I mean, Zibanejad has 11 points in 2 games against the Rangers. If he played the Flyers every game, he'd have 400 goals this year. What's 3 times 50? You'd have 150 goals, man. And you know what, Salty? Hart hasn't been good, but the D in front of him is, I've watched Keith Jones say a couple times on NBC Phillies because I like their coverage. They're really good. They got Al Morganti and stuff. They have a really good crew. So I watch their stuff. Keith Jones does national games here in the States too. I have to say, yeah, Farabee's been great. 4-1 Colorado. What a statement the Avs are making. Landeskog, it's 4 minutes left to go. The Colorado is just putting it to the Vegas Golden Knights with 4:19 left in the second. What a goal. And I don't know if this was power play. I think this was straight 5-on-5. What Makar again makes an incredible play from the top. Yeah, Salty. They are, dude, Fleury made the initial save. Nobody was covering Landeskog. That's all on Martinez. Landeskog was his guy. He just let him sneak in. Theodore and Martinez on the ice, too. That's one of their better defensive bears. I'm telling you, man, Salty, I thought they were the cup representative. I didn't say cup champion because, you never know how the East and West are going to match up, but incredible. Like I said, I had him in the finals last year. Hey, thanks, Skinner. I really appreciate it. I have Stars and Bolts on, but it's still on a break for me. So, you know, go enjoy that game, man. It's a good game. The Stars put it on. The Stars need to win, man. I think they got to win 70% of their games to really get back. I know they got a few games in hand. They're behind, but J-Dog, it's not all on Hart. I mean, I saw Keith Jones say straight up, like, the Bulin, like, you could have a brick wall back. He said you could have Dominic Hasek, Patrick Wall. He named like 4 Hall of Famers. He's like, it doesn't matter who's in there. You're not saving it. I think some goals, I mean, when you're letting in 9 goals, I mean, Elliott was on for 4 goals tonight too. Was he not? They pulled hard after 5. I'll tell you what, the ones I saw, I didn't think much of them were on Hart. There was one he probably could have had, but like, some of them were just incredible plays by the Rangers. They've been making tape to tape. I mean, look, the Rangers' confidence, no doubt, is that they're going to play the Flyers. They're in Philly. They're like, we just kicked your ass 9-0. I could just tell that. I mean, the Rangers were confident. The Caps played 2 games against them, and it was like we won one game 1-0, and then we lost the second one 3-1. But they got an empty net, a late goal. Zibanejad should have been called for a penalty. Wasn't. I'm a little salty about it, but it is what it is. Again, linesman caused some things there. So, yeah, I don't know, Hockey Junkie. I wouldn't say it's a mental thing. He has had really piss poor defense in front of him. They just I don't know what's going on. And AV, like I think he's like one of the best coaches to not win a cup. Him and Paul Maurice, I think, are incredible coaches. I just like how they carry themselves. I like how they run their teams. There's just something about those 2 coaches, and neither of them won a cup, and I'd really love to see one of them do it. Salty. Yeah, he was a dark horse Vezina pick for sure, and he's not playing that way, but it's not 100% on him. I'd say you could blame him for a lot of the goals, but I don't know. Hart would be the least of my concerns if I was running the Flyers. I definitely think they're going to make moves at the deadline. The Flyers are still in it. They could make a run, but Off the Wall says too that they've just been absolute shit. Everything I've watched. So my wife's a Rangers fan, and I watch a lot of their games. And the Rangers, honestly, they haven't impressed me much this season, except for against the Flyers. And they play the Caps like it's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup every time we play them. So they've been great in those games, which is irritating. But just because, as a fan, don't you just want your team to win like a 5-0 game every once in a while? Well, Flyers fans have been not having any luck. The Flyers have won 1 in their last 5 or something. It's brutal, man. I like I said, Philly's got to pay. I think Minka is a Flyers fan. Hey, let's go, Leafs forever. What's up, brother? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Doing it from the living room. I was gonna turn around and let you guys see the mountains, but there's no mountains to see because the clouds are down, and so nothing to see. Yeah, you know what, Salty? I think them getting Truba back helps. I mean, they pay him $8 million a year, so he should be good. But he's been solid since he's been back in the lineup, and I don't think it's a coincidence the Rangers have won. But I think they've won 4 or 5 of their last 6. So they've been good, really, really good, man. I agree. So Leafs forever. I am as West Coast you can get. Not live in Hawaii. I live in Anchorage. So I'm on Alaska Standard Time, which is 4 hours behind Eastern. Yeah, Fox and Miller. Fox is great, man. He's incredible. I know he was drafted by Calgary. I'm sure Calgary Flames fans just get pissed. And then they traded him to Carolina. Carolina couldn't get a deal done. So he was smart to go with the Rangers. I think he's a good fit there. And they had it over in abundance because, D'Angelo's actually a good player. He's, I guess, just not a great locker room guy. And then, he's a conspiracy theorist guy or whatever, QAnon dude. Like, I guess that rubs people. I mean, I personally don't care what a dude believes. If you just play your ass off on the ice, who cares? But I don't think that's what got him off because it sounds like he had been pretty controversial for a few years. And, Leafs forever. It's 6:40 here. Yeah. Who's a loudmouth guy? Salty Avs Wings fan. Who are you talking about? Hey, Gabby Oates. What's up, Gabby? How are you doing? Gabby, I don't know much about you, but you're a mod and Hot Take Hockey's thing. Where are you at in the world? Where are you from? Who do you like? I never was quite sure who your team was, and I didn't have much of a conversation. By the way, 4-1 Vegas, 129 left. I'm sorry, 4-1 Avs. I said that wrong. Oh, you're in Ottawa? You're in Ottawa? Okay, cool. Yeah, and I thought you were Sens, but I didn't want to say, and if I get in there on your thing, I can't see what it looks like. Ducks. I can't see your logo. Yeah, it sounds like Salty got in a fight with Alexander Georgiev, and Georgiev is kind of highly regarded in the locker room there for the Rangers. And Jeff Gorton and John Davidson, who is one of the most respected guys in hockey, came out and said, hey, it's not because of his political beliefs or his Twitter feed. Yeah. Well, it was a good game. Yeah, Gabby, I thought the Leafs Sens game. I'll tell you what, Gabby, I have yet to watch a Sens game where they haven't put in effort. I mean, they might be losing 6-1. Edmonton games have been a little out of control for them. For whatever reason, Edmonton, has really had their number, and they just haven't played on their level, which is, maybe Edmonton is the best team in the North. I would have told you I didn't think Edmonton was making the playoffs. I didn't think Barrie was a fix for them. I don't care if McJesus and Draisaitl score 200 goals and 200 assists. I just felt like beyond them, they weren't going to beat a team, but it looks like they can do it. Like they could be in the conference finals. I just don't know. They're not beating Colorado. I'm just really surprised Vancouver and Calgary are such a disappointment this year. I'd say outside of the Flyers, the Flyers for me have to be, because I watched a lot of East Coast hockey because wife being a Rangers fan, me being a Caps fan. So Milan Mikalik. Yeah. Is that your favorite? He has who's the guy? There's a former Ottawa senator that has a pretty good YouTube podcast. And I can't think of his name at the moment. Mark Mathot. You know that if you live there in Ottawa, you probably know. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Leafs, if I was a fan of the Sens, like Gabby, I would be so excited for the future for the Sens. The Sens, I mean, it sounds like Sanderson's going to be a hell of a player. I think Stützle is the best player in the draft right now. And if they redrafted tomorrow, I think the Rangers would take Stützle. I'm not saying that Lafreniere is not good, but what I see from on the ice from Stützle, he's more NHL ready. Whether that's fair to Lafreniere or not, I think Lafreniere is getting there. I would say too, I know Lafreniere was a QMJ kid, and I don't know what kind of publicity or how tough those games are. You guys would have to tell me. I would really be surprised if Lafreniere is not having problems adjusting to New York City, because even in a pandemic, there's a media market there. And they have a pretty brutal. It's not Toronto. Nothing's Toronto. It's not Montreal. Nothing. So it's not Vancouver or Edmonton or Calgary. But I think it's probably more stringent than Edmonton and Calgary. Just people don't know. Yeah. So I think Salty. Everything I've heard is that Byfield is fine. I think they're happy with Byfield. I haven't heard his name in trades. I'll tell you, I think a lot of GMs take this thing and. I was talking about this. I don't know if John and I were maybe the other night. We were talking about Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. I don't think he should have played in the NHL his first year. He looked undersized. He didn't look like his body was physically ready. And sometimes I'll tell you, like Tom Wilson was the beast when the Caps drafted him. He didn't play the first 2 years for the Caps and he had the size, but he didn't have the maturity. And he sometimes obviously gets in trouble, so he still lacks it. Yeah, right. Salt, are you talking about Joe Thornton? Yeah, I mean, it's never bad. Mark Messier, I think, had 3 points his rookie year. So sometimes it's just good to let guys develop. And Byfield didn't look like he lacked the size, but I sometimes wonder those bigger, physicaler guys. And John was talking about it tonight in the feed. I don't know what you guys think, but, maybe type in the chat. Do you guys think it would be if you were a Kings fan, would you rather them not make the playoffs I think I would, if I was a Kings fan. Yeah, Brown and Kopitar are getting older, and they probably want to get rid of Quick. They want to get him off the books there, I'm assuming. But would you? I would be okay with them not. Yeah, Salty, we are such a do what have you done for me now society. Like, it makes no sense why anybody is calling Lafreniere a bust, Hughes a bust, anybody that was drafted in the last 3 years. We look, Kaprizov, Rev and I were looking at the 2015 draft the other night. Kaprizov was in the 5th round of the 2015 draft. That was 6-7 years ago. I mean, he's killing it now. He's going to be the rookie of the year. And I know people are like, that's bullshit. He shouldn't be rookie of the year. He's 23. There are college kids that come into the NHL that are undrafted that are up for rookie of the year. So that argument to me is stupid. I don't agree. What's that? The Hockey Fanatic? Definitely long-term. People are yeah. It's way too early to call any of these guys. Look at Alex Galchenyuk was a top 3 pick, I think, by Montreal, and that was a long time ago. There's teams still won't give up on him because they, I think he actually had a pretty good year. Didn't he have 30 goals or something? He had a really good rookie season. I remember his name getting mentioned in trades. And I heard a rumor back in the day when Murphy, who was drafted, I think, by Blue Jackets, and they were offered like 2 or 4 firsts, and they turned it down. And I bet if you ask Jarmo, because they don't even have him now, I think he's with the Devils, but I bet if you ask Jarmo Kekalainen, would you take that trade again? He would have taken it in a minute. And I don't know if it was the Canes, somebody, anyway. Sometimes other general managers do them other GMs a favor by not accepting the trade. Yeah, so that's what I think, Hockey Fanatic. I think that if the Kings don't make the playoffs, if they could get Quick's contract off the books. Carter's probably done a year. I don't know, but look, Brown and Kopitar, they look great. I never thought Kopitar was done, for the record. Doughty's not done. He's one of the best D still. He just doesn't have the Muzzins and Martinez's of the world anymore. But it looks like a lot of their young D. So I think Kings are a playoff team next year. And depending on what they get at the trade deadline or how Byfield and all these other kids they have in their minors, Turcotte, right? They have Turcotte, right? So I think he was on the – so they've got some skill coming up. I think the Sens, Rangers, Kings, their future looks really bright. And I think the Kings have cap space, and so it's going to be interesting to see. Phoenix is a team too. I thought they're pretty young. I mean, OEL, I think, is one of their older players, 29. They got Charmelson. I think he's in his mid-30s because he was on those early Blackhawks teams. But I don't know, man. Like, it really feels like those teams are going to be around. Like, if I was a Kings fan, Ducks look good too. I think the Ducks, Zegras looks awesome. I think he's going to be a player. He was so great for the U.S. and he's a U.S. legend like John Carlson. To me, I'll follow that kid's career forever after what he did in the World Juniors. So yeah. Kaliev. Refresh my memory. Is that a Rangers player, Salty? I can't remember. I know the name. Who's he play for? So they're Colorado and Vegas is on a break still. I don't know what is going on. I think that Tampa Bay Dallas game should be back on. We'll put that game on right here. Tampa Bay Dallas. Yeah, okay, that's weird. Why did that not come up? All right, sorry about that, guys. So, yeah, it's 3-2 Dallas still. 9:26, and Dallas is on the power play, 56 seconds to go in that power play. Dallas has got fans. They've got a pretty good amount of fans. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, New Jersey had fans. I know Flyers did. I don't know about Colorado. Colorado's at home. Does anybody know? Hey, Aman Lal. Did I say that right? Aman Lal. Oh, hey, Aman, thank you so much for subbing. That's so cool. I really appreciate it. Who's your favorite team? Stay in the chat. Chat with us a little bit. We're doing a little hot take hockey post game for, for people that John needed to work on his homework. And I was like, I'll go live. I don't mind. And I had 3 games on, but we just have Tampa Bay, Dallas 3-2 and Colorado at Knights. I thought this Colorado Knights game was going to be a little bit tighter. And it just goes to show you how good the Avs are when they're playing at the peak. And if you guys get a chance, Spitting Chicklets did an interview with Nazem Kadri. And it's only about 45 minutes. But he talks about his time in Toronto a little bit. And he mentions, about some of the Avs and how they look. And so, yeah, Detroit. So Salty is saying Detroit's had fans now. That's probably good, Michigan, because good God, that's like one of the most polarizing states. They've had all kinds of issues there. So it's probably good they're letting the fans go to the game. People are all stir crazy up there for whatever reason. So if you guys had to redo the 2020 draft, would you still select? Would you still select Alexis Lafreniere if you were Jeff Gorton and New York Rangers? I think you might consider Tim Stützle because Tim Stützle is listed as a left wing, but he's been playing center, has he not? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if Gabby's still in the chat. No, you would not. Salty, you would stay with Lafreniere. And I don't think that's I don't think there's a wrong answer. I also think that Lucas Raymond kid is going to be a player. And I don't think, did he even come over to play with the Wings? Salty? Oh, you would go Jimmy. Who do you mean Jimmy? Jamie Drysdale? Is that what you mean? Who's Jimmy? So you got, who do you mean by Jimmy? Salty. Hockey Junkie. You would go with Stützle over Lafreniere? I think I would go with Stützle. You can't say German players aren't good. Before Draisaitl, Marco Sturm was like the most memorable German player I could think of. There's probably a handful of others I can't. Hey, I didn't even know how many subscribers I was at. Timo Time. What's up, homie Claus? Thank you so much. You think it's too early on Laugh to judge? I would just say if we're living for the moment like we shouldn't do, right, and jump to conclusions, I might take Stützle over Lafreniere. Now, who knows? Over the course of their career, it might be a wash. But Stützle looks like a player. I mean, he's getting top line minutes too with the Sens, and he wouldn't be getting that with the Rangers because they have a couple of good centers. I mean, Zibanejad and stuff like that. So yeah, it's probably too early to say. I think Sanderson's going to be a player. I think Raymond's going to be a player. Didn't Yzerman leave Raymond? Yes, Salty. That's what I thought. I thought he left him in the SHL, the Swedish Hockey League over there. And so every time guys stay a little bit longer over there, it benefits them. So yeah, but those guys, the Swedish Elite League is no joke. I think it's on par. It may not have the high end talent that the KHL has, but they're good players. Good players play in that league. I think that's arguably the second or third best league. I think it's better than the AHL, hands down. And they play on the hybrid ice too, which I wish the NHL would play on. It would be so cool. Laffy didn't have an off season. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he didn't get to play at the World Juniors. He played the year before. I kind of don't want to hear. Canada's so stacked. Like I with the border issues and stuff, I don't blame the Rangers for not letting him go. Look what happened with Kirby Dach and the Blackhawks. The Blackhawks are a surprise team. Imagine if they had Kirby Dach in the lineup. So, I think if you're playing on your NHL team, you're good enough to be on the NHL team. You probably don't need to play in the World Juniors, especially if you played before. And I think Dach had played before, and I think Lafreniere had played. And again, if you're Canadian, I'm not trying to offend, but yeah, Revenite, I don't know. The KHL I think the high-end talent in the KHL is really good, but I think as a league as a whole, I would argue that the Swedish league is on par with the KHL. Yeah. So, but look, we could go back and look at any draft though. There's plenty of number one picks that didn't pan out. Plenty. Patrick Stefan, we were just talking like about I don't know who was in the chat. Bacon was in the chat, and it's now the Canadian Bacon. We're talking about the Flames, and he was bummed about like Shin. And I was like, dude, look, you could have had Matt Barzell. Like that 2015 draft is. Yeah, Timo, I think the Swedish league is way underrated. Look at the guys who played as men in that league. Peter Forsberg is one of the greatest NHLers. I think he's at least top 10 centers I've ever seen play. He was so good two-way, and he was physical. I mean, when, they used to say Europeans were soft players, they didn't say that ever about Forsberg. He was a beast, like a freaking beast. Yeah, the Patrick Stefan thing, man, that's brutal. It's a tough. What year was that draft? 1999. I'm kind of interested. I love doing these revisit drafts when we're doing these chats. And because he was so Atlanta, it didn't help that it was Atlanta. Oh, they're saying that's a deep draft. That I was right. It was 1999. St. Louis sports fan darkness. We could have had Jonathan Toews, but instead we had Eric Johnson. Hey, we were talking about that last night, the last time we streamed St. Louis. We were saying, can you imagine if the Blues had Johnny Toews that whole time, the Kane and Toews playing each other? I think the Blues would have maybe had some better chances in the playoffs earlier. Yes, that would have been sick. HTA trade. Is it a new HTA trade, Blue Jays ABC, or are you just the latest person? I did watch the Rangers game, Amon, until the second period, and then I switched it over to the Canes Jackets game because it was a way closer game. And my wife's a Rangers fan. I told her the score. She's all, So, yeah. So 2019, Daniel and Henrik Sedin went second and third after Patrick Stefan. There's not a lot in that draft. This is probably another one of those 9-round drafts, by the way. So let's just go through notable players from that 2009 draft or that 1999 draft real quick. Nick Boynton, solid player for the Bruins. I don't think I'm getting a little hot, guys. I'm sorry. It's warm in here. Let's do that. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, Blue Jays, you way late. Martin Havlat, hell of a player. Gabby's not. I don't know if Gabby's in the chat. Martin Havlat was a hell of a player for the Sens for a long time. I don't know this draft. I think this draft there's some good Corey Sarich. Is that Corey Sarich? Rod Sarich. Ryan Malone, not a bad. Bugsy, 115. That's the fourth round. That's not a bad player. How about Ryan Miller for the Buffalo Sabres in round 5 of the 1999 draft? Still playing. Ryan Miller's a Hall of Famer. Is Ryan Miller a Hall of Famer? I think Ryan Miller's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I think Havlat was with the Sharks too. Yeah. I'm trying to see. Let's see like these. Oh, wow. Look at this. Radim Vrbata was a 7th round pick in 1999. So was Salty. You got to know this one. He was a Red Wings captain, Henrik Zetterberg, 210. Yeah, he probably goes number 1, I'm going to guess, if you redo this draft. Or he's up there with the Sedins. They may, it sounded like they were going to be good together. And maybe, I wonder, would the Sedins have been as great if they were not on the same team? I never heard that. Yeah, I don't think Martin St. Louis was 1999, though, Amon. Was he 1999? And I thought, I thought he was undrafted. So he would have showed up he wasn't this draft, I don't think, because he would have showed up on the All-Star thing. I just was looking at All-Star players. And there's some solid guys. This isn't a great draft, by the way. I always like to look at who the Capitals draft are my favorite team. Ross Lupachnuk. I have no idea. And Alexei Semenov. Just like some guy. Sheldon Keefe, the head coach of the Toronto Maple Leafs, was a 2nd round pick, 47 overall by the Tampa Bay Lightning. I knew that, but I forgot. Yeah, he was a free agent after playing NCAA. That's what I thought, Salty. Martin St. Louis is one of those like self-made men, really good. Tampa has just tied the game 3-3 with 450 left. Sorry, if your Dallas fan stayed in. Okay, thanks, Steph. I appreciate it. So that game's going to go probably extras. And I don't know why the Colorado Vegas still hasn't come back on. Odd. Yeah, I rooted for the Rangers when they were playing the Kings because my wife's a Rangers fan. They beat the Caps. I wanted them to win the cup. You want to lose a lot of people are like, oh, I hated losing to Pittsburgh. It sucks. But, my life isn't better if my team's better. It's not that big a deal, So I was okay. Yeah, so I said them on earlier. I was talking a little bit about the Ducks. I think they have a really good future too. I was saying Zegras as a kid I'll watch for forever. He's really, really good. I'm super impressed with I like their team. I mean, I don't know if you guys listen to Steve Dangle podcasts. I like to listen to a lot of the hockey content that comes out of Canada just because I like to be in the know. And they talked Adam Wilde sort of suggested that they should do Gibson a favor and trade him, probably because Adam wouldn't mind having Gibson on the Leafs. And I think probably 28 other teams would love to have John Gibson. I really do. I agree. I think the only team I'm really worried about in California is the Sharks because they're really old. They got a lot of big contracts for long-term. Carlson, Brett Burns, and Andre Vlasic. They got them long-term with like huge deals. So if we traded Alexander Ovechkin for Sidney Crosby, well, first of all, Leafs, it would not happen. It would be hard. It wouldn't make any sense for the Penguins. It makes a lot of sense for the Caps because they could use another center. Eller's not healthy. I don't know. I mean, and they could, if they traded him 1-for-1, they could make Crosby. He's an $8.7 million hit. He's not bad. I think he has 3 years left on his deal too. So Ovi is a UFA after this. So I will tell you right now, I'm going to be on the record. Leafs forever. If the Caps win the cup this year, I think Ovi retires. I think he doesn't give a shit about the goal record. I don't think he's ever really cared about it. I would love to see him score over 800 and be second all time. He's 10 away from being in the top 5 in pass and tying Marcel Dion. He's going to get that this year easily, I think. Amon, I don't know that Gibson's overrated. I think their defense is not good. Shattenkirk hasn't done well. Manson's, he's a low pick anyway, so they've gotten a lot out of him. Yeah, I agree. I knew what you were saying, Leafs hypothetically. Shoot, I have Marner on my Caps team in 2026 on franchise mode in NHL. So like I traded away Backstrom late in his TJ late in his career. Ovechkin retired, fortunately, but so. He would already be close to 800 had he not missed his rookie year, what would have been his rookie year, and then another strike shortened year, and then of course the COVID year. I think he would have got 50 or close to anyway with 10 or so games. He had 48 goals. He may not have won the Richard or tied the Richard with, which again, I don't think Ovi cares about the Richard. He's won it 9 times or whatever. Who cares? I remember hearing critics going, "Well, Stamkos is going to replace him." And I think Stamkos is 1-1, and he scored 65, and that's incredible. But like Stamkos can't stay healthy. Name a captain who played 2 minutes and the entire Stanley Cup and got to hoist the cup. I mean, he's the luckiest player ever. He kind of reminds me of Doug Waite's Stanley Cup with Carolina. He didn't play; he couldn't. His arm was broken. Amon, I've seen Ryan Miller play for them, and he's great still. I think he's kept himself in shape. He had some injury problems early in his career. It doesn't seem like he's had a lot late, and he's still a really good goalie. Somebody was suggesting that the Kings should get him if they offload quick, that would be a really good fit. Vegas tried to jam one home. It's still 4-1, 18 seconds left to go. 2 minutes left to go in the Tampa Bay Dallas 3-3 still. So, yeah. So I don't know, St. Louis, what your thoughts are. I would love to see him get 800. I feel like he should easily be over 8 or very close to that now. And so that would be like, I'd like to see him get 802 past Gordie Howe. I think Gretzky, and if Gordie Howe was alive, Gretzky said this. I mean, goals are easier to score back then. If Ovi played back in the day with his shot and his accuracy and his speed and it wouldn't be. He would have had 100 fucking goals in a season. Excuse me, he would have. I mean, he had 64. And if they've sort of, the NHL has sort of kind of scaled back how they ref when they first came back from the thing. They were like not letting any obstruction. They were calling all that stuff. But yeah, Amon, are you in Cali? Are you a big Ducks fan? I didn't catch your team. And, I like the Ducks. I've been to their stadium and it's cool. The fans were really nice to me because I was there rooting for the Caps. So when you guys see my, like the Caps or my shirt, is it backwards in your feed or does it look, you can read? So you're a Ducks guy. You live in Anaheim area. Oh, Dallas just scored 4-3. Man, Vasilevsky has not looked good tonight. I'll tell you, this is the only time I've seen him not look good. Rupe Hintz, that is a good. I didn't realize you're near the OC. That's cool. That's cool. You don't have to tell me exactly where you were at. Yeah, I didn't know if you could read. I wasn't sure what you guys can see and what comes across. So so Dallas up 4-3 late. That's a big time goal. What a shot by Rupe Hintz. Just over the pad under the blocker, left hand. What a good shot. Colorado's still 4-1, 16-56. Gotta say, this Dallas Tampa Bay game is awesome. I didn't expect it because actually Tampa Bay has just owned Dallas, even though Dallas has had a lot of shots they've lost. So 121 left. That is a huge goal. So we got 6 in the chat. That's awesome. Again, hey, subscribe, leave a like, ask a question. If you want some play-by-play, I could give you some. I just given the scores updates for the games that are being played. Well, Nashville beat Detroit 7-1 tonight. Hey, John, that's so cool, man. I didn't even know you were in here. That's so cool. You do your homework, man. Like, you don't got to come in and say what's up. I just didn't want I saw no other hockey YouTubers were live. I said, I'll go live for a little while. It'll be fun. And then you wouldn't have to stay on. So I love it. And I appreciate you coming in and chatting. Colorado just scored 5-1. Pierre-Edouard Bellemare. Dude, shutout for Chicago. I forgot if that's a good win for the Blackhawks. They are not going away. St. Louis sports fan darkness. They are not going away. Mr. Jake Simon, what's up, man? Yes, John at Hot Take Hockey is the legend of YouTube hockey streamers, without question. I challenge somebody to tell me there's somebody better. John is awesome. He's a hardworking dude. Everything he has, he's earned without question. So, yeah. Yeah, Volkov. I can't think of who that is right now, Amon. I'd have to look. I try to know the rosters, and I'm way above average for a normal hockey fan on what I know about other teams. But I don't know the Ducks roster that great. So 5.1 seconds left in the Tampa Bay Dallas game. Empty net. I'll give you the final call here. Yeah, McDavid is scoring so many points. St. Louis sports fan darkness. I think it's just going to be hard to not give it to him. And part of me, it makes me sick because I think Patrick Kane, if you took Patrick Kane off the Blackhawks, they're the worst team probably in that division. They're easily the worst. If you took McDavid off, Draisaitl played a lot of the year without McDavid. I'm not saying – I think Edmonton's an above-average team with probably the most exceptional offensive players we've seen since probably Ovi and Crosby. And they play on the same frickin' team. So, I mean, it looks like McDavid's going to run away with the Art Ross. So, I don't know. I just don't. I don't know what to say. I don't want to be critical of Edmonton because I love the old Edmonton Oilers. I used to see a lot of their games when I was a kid growing up in Montana. We would see Hockey Night in Canada, stuff like that. And those were awesome teams into the 90s. And, I liked Ryan Smith and Janne Niinema, these legends of the Midwest of Canada, Alberta, right? So, but just the owner and them getting they just tanked for like a decade, it seemed like, and they kept getting the number 1 overall pick. I understand there's some vested interest because Edmonton is it's a very northern city. It's cold. They're known for a mall. By the way, Dallas wins 4-3. What a game by Dallas. That was they had to close that win. They had to get that win. I mean, Dallas has to win. That's a big win against Tampa Bay, and Dallas looked good. And I'll say Dallas has looked good in other games I've seen this year. I'm going to turn this off, but they just haven't been able to put a full 60 together, and I just feel like that's just hurt them. And I don't know what the hell. Like they should be. I mean, they were in the Stanley Cup. They haven't had Sagan. They've had a lot of injuries. I mean, Bishop hasn't been healthy forever. Wow, on a breakaway, 25. I think that's JT Compher. Oh, O'Connor. I don't know who O'Connor is. Almost scored for the Avs, 5-1. This, I think the Vegas got a penalty, though. This Vegas game has been kind of disappointing. I thought this would be a much tighter game. I was thinking 3-2, maybe 4-3. So, yeah, and I think there's something to be said, St. Louis sports fan of darkness, for a team getting hot in the playoffs and running. Look, the Caps, I didn't think they were going to win in 2018. I was a fan. I mean, I hoped they would win. I thought it would have been great. I was really disappointed. I was getting to the point where I was like, man, Ovi's so incredible. He's never going to get a chance to win a cup. And it was never going to be his fault. I mean, Backstrom's an incredible player. He's not Malkin. They didn't have Fleury. I don't know. They lost Gonchar at the end of his career. So, it is what it is. So you never know. A lot of people didn't have St. Louis winning it the year they won it, and they were like last. And I've never seen. I rooted for them, by the way, because they used to be a farm team for the Alaska Aces, and not that I hate Boston. I like Boston. They're a great team. They're a good franchise, but I didn't have any. The Blues hadn't won a cup, but their fan base deserves a cup. They were kind of like the Caps West. And all the Caps fans were kind of rooting. I think Zach Sanford was a Cap draft pick, and he was part of that TJ Oshie trade. I know Oshie was rooting for the Blues because he played for him. Yeah, you need to get in. But you know what? There's a common denominator, St. Louis sports fan for darkness. There is a common denominator. You have to have good goaltending. Holtby, that save against Tuck in the finals, and game 6 and 7, no one ever is going to talk about it, against Tampa Bay. He shut him out. He shut Tampa Bay out. They're basically the same team they are now Coleman and Goudreau were super good ad. That was the move of the deadline. They had room, and Tampa's going to, I think, you guys aren't hearing anything about him in Toronto, if any of the Canadian fans that are still in the chat. I don't think there's only 3 in the chat, so I don't know who stayed. But probably most of them are going to bed because it's like 11:15. But or they're John and they're pulling the all-nighter with the college. What was I saying? I was talking about. Yeah, Tampa is just not getting. I mean, they're as good a team as they were last year. They're going to get Kucherov back for the playoffs because they don't have to be cap compliant, so they can eat all $9 million of his. Because they were going to have to get rid of either Cirelli, Sergachev, and Tyler Johnson. Nobody would take Tyler Johnson because he's not worth the $5 million he gets paid, and he's got like 3 years left on his deal. I think after this year, and he has a no trade. So they put him through waivers. Of course, no one was going to claim him. I've heard rumors that Seattle would take him. Is Ron Francis a dummy? Tyler Johnson's probably not a fourth liner on most teams. At $5 million, no way. So, but you got to have the goalie, man. Like Tampa had probably the best goalie in the playoffs left. Holtby was playing like the best goalie when we won. Bennington, I mean, St. Louis sports fan for darkness. Bennington, hey, have a great night, Mr. Jake Simon. I really appreciate you coming in. Did I say that right? Simon, Mr. Jake Simon, that's really cool. I'm glad. You should be proud. There's a lot to be proud about being a Canadian. Cool. It's a great country, and your national pastime is the greatest sport ever, I think. Yeah, you just have that exactly. St. Louis sports fan for darkness. You have the long name, but I want to give you the respect the name because you've named yourself that, and it's funny. That game 7, he stood on his head the first half of that game. Not only did he keep you in the game, but I mean, Boston, I felt like the whole first period they were in the zone, and he just was like, he never looked rattled. He just looked super calm and was like, I'm going to play incredible positional goalie and Boston's going to have to beat me with the perfect shot. And if any team can, that team can. That top line, like I said, I think that Boston line is the best line in hockey, and it's been for a while. I said 15 years ago or whenever, I think Bergeron was a second-round pick, but I was telling some buddies back in the day, because center is such a valuable position that if you could build a franchise around somebody, I said I would pick Bergeron. And, Crosby at the time, I think, was going through a lot of concussion problems, and I'm actually surprised his career has been as long as it has been. So, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. St. Louis sports fan for darkness. That freaking Bruins top line is hands down, I think, the best. They're so simpatico, like they just know where each other are going to be on the ice. They do it all the time. It's not an accident. They're super smart hockey players. I know a lot of people hate Marchand, but he's such a smart player. And I believe he works his ass off in the offseason. He's one of the he's like a Gary Roberts type player that like really works on his fitness. That guy seldom gets outworked. And then Pastrnak, has got an incredible shot. One of the best, if not the best. I think Ovi's got probably the best one-time slap shot I've ever seen. Ovi's like brute strength power. Matthews' shot is so wicked. It's ridiculous. The only thing I can compare Matthews' shot to, but his is like a snap. His shots are really good. I think that's what makes Matthews so incredible is I've never seen anybody shoot the puck like him. Sort of like McDavid with just being able to go 100 miles an hour and like just control the puck like he's not. It's like he's moving fast, but in his brain, everything is just like, I mean, because it has to be. It has to be, right? He's so incredibly gifted, and I wonder how good he would be without Draisaitl. What a pick. I mean, Calgary could have him. I mean, can you imagine? Like that guy's so good. 9:20 left in the third. It is still 5-1 Colorado. Glad I'm not doing the play-by-play. And you guys didn't want play-by-play. After this game's over anyway, I'm going to stop with the stream. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. And I still think the Blues are going to make some noise. I don't think Pietrangelo is as big a loss as people are making it out to be. It's super hard to say something about a player like that that's so good and so gifted. But I don't know, man. I don't know. St. Louis sports fan for darkness. You're a Blues fan. Like, you tell me, man. I mean, the Blues don't look like they've missed that much of a beat. Falk stepped up a little bit more. Krug. I think Krug's probably a better offensive player than Pietrangelo. So, I don't know that you have one player better than him, but you kind of have a lot of guys that do what he could do for you on the ice. And O'Reilly's a good captain. You got Thomas. There's a ton of leadership on that team too. So I think the Blues are still good. They're going to have something to say about the playoffs. I think they're in a spot right now. I'm going to look it up. There's no reason we can't look it up. But boy, you can't be dropping team. Like I know John was stressed out. I was too. it doesn't come across because I'm not doing. But if the Caps lose to the Devils, and look, the Devils are a good team. They're young, they're fast, they're really starting to get better. Every time we see them, they're a better team. They beat Pittsburgh. They took 3 of 4 points from Pittsburgh a while ago, and Pittsburgh got a cakewalk schedule for the remainder of the season. So it's going to be they're getting in. That's why I said the Flyers. It makes no sense. So Tampa lost today. Dallas has only played 30 games. Yeah, I mean, so if Dallas wins, let's say Dallas catches the pack, 4 games, as they get 8 points, they would be in the 4th spot above Chicago if Chicago got no other points. But Dallas is a plus differential. And they're the one team that's not in a playoff spot in that Central that's a plus differential. So we'll see. Islanders are making it. I mean, they just came back on Boston. The Rangers are now 3 points out of a playoff, but Boston only has played 29 games. I just don't see Boston missing the playoffs. They played like the worst they could play. And I wish Off the Wall had stayed in a bit. He's East Coaster, so he probably crashed. But I would really love to have him on when I get my stuff going. I'd love to talk with him about the Bruins. That's one of the best interviews I saw Hot Take do. John Viveros did a really cool interview with Off the Wall and John, and they had a really good because he's really knowledgeable. I think he played too. He's super knowledgeable about the Bruins, and he could really speak to where they're at. I mean, they are winner now. I mean, the Bruins are winner now. Their core is Bergeron's getting old, Marchand's getting old, Pasternak's not old at all, but before they have to think about maybe acquiring some more youth into that top line and stuff. And they still probably have 2 or 3 years. I think the Caps window is this year, and that's it. We'll see what comes out of the draft, the expansion draft, which I'm super excited about. I'm super excited for Seattle. I'm super close to Seattle. It'll be awesome. So Vegas somebody asked me, I think Revanite asked me last night. I said I thought Colorado could win this division. With the win tonight, Colorado will be tied for first place, and they have less losses. However, Vegas will have a game in hand. So that'll be interesting. Minnesota, I think, is in. They're plus 16. They're in. So it's down to the Blues, Arizona, and I think the Kings. Those all teams are within striking distance. San Jose's out. They're not making it. And Anaheim's a minus 41. I know I'm on. If you're still in here, they got a bright future, but they are not playing. They'll keep Getzlaf, and he'll retire a Duck probably. Leafs, huge win. They totally needed to win this game. All those games Edmonton had in hand over everybody. Is anybody from Canada still in the chat? I know Simeon left. How did they suspend the game? I just take everything. Yeah, Islanders, Washington, Boston, Pittsburgh's probably north. Tampa, Florida, Chicago, Carolina, Toronto, Montreal, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Vegas, Colorado, Minnesota, St. Louis makes the playoffs. You're biased because you're a St. Louis fan, but I agree. I think the Blues are the 4th best team in that division easily. If they get healthy, they can do it. Yes, John, you're from Canada. I just didn't know if you were on the chat still. Why has the Montreal Edmonton games been suspended? 2 players from Montreal. The Caps had to sit 4 starters out for hanging out in a room in Pittsburgh, sneaky as hell. And all of a sudden they cancel Montreal's games because they won't have Kotkaniemi and Joel Armia. Like, get the F out of here. Though they should have played those games. Well, I heard contract tracing from Elliot Friedman the first day. I was like, okay, I understand one game. And they have not canceled any other games in Canada. What the fuck is going on? This is conspiracy. Sorry for Blue. But this is conspiracy to me. The Caps didn't have to. They didn't reschedule Caps games because Ovi couldn't play. Kuzi couldn't play. Sammy couldn't play. Orly couldn't play. I mean, that's our number one, our captain, our left wing, potentially the starter goalie, our second line center or first line center, depending on what night Kuznetsov shows up. And then our top 4D. And we played 2 weeks without him. Oh, I'm so freaking mad. It makes no sense to me. And Armia and Kaki and Yami are out for they suspend. What's going on, John? I meant to ask you this. This frustrates the hell out of me. This is when I get into this. Oh, it's a Canadian conspiracy. I get into this. It makes, yeah, that's incredible, St. Louis. And I remember Phoenix and them were played each other like 27 times. So, you know, you're going to win the split against the Yotes. The Yotes are in trouble. They're at minus 18. Every player on that team knows they're going to sell because the owners. It's. I'm really frustrated for the Yotes fans because they actually have a nice arena. It's just not where it should be. It should be in downtown Phoenix. It should be in the same arena as the basketball team because the baseball stadium's right there. It's it's where it should be. I'd love to see Winnipeg lost their team because of the money situation, and it almost feels like that, like curse followed that Arizona team. But I'll tell you, the location, Glendale, it's not bad. It's really nice. It's by the football stadium, so I'm like, well, people go to the football games. But what I tell people is, look, here's the difference, and you guys know this. I don't have to tell you. I'm not trying to patronize you, but it's a difference going to 8 football games a year and 41 NHL games. It feels like a job when you're a fan of a hockey team because you're going 41 times in a 6-month stint. We had season tickets to the last Aces, and they played like a 78 game. And both me and my wife, by the end, would be like, oh, I almost Wednesday games. You know, like you got after like 10 years of being a season ticket holder, you're like, I'm not going to the Wednesday game. So, but somebody's going to have to explain that BS that they canceled Edmonton, Montreal. It didn't take them more than a day to do contract tracing and by not even close to Montreal's. Kotkaniemi's a nice player, but it's not like Edmonton was missing McDavid. It's super sneaky when Edmonton is involved and they're playing really well. And the Habs, which again, I always very suspect about what goes on with that team, especially just things I've seen. I mean, look, tons of Canadians grew up being Canadians fans, right? Because they were just the best forever. I know refs favored them. I've seen them get calls. Some of these blue chip franchises, I think, get preferential treatment. Yeah. So St. Louis sports fan for darkness. The stadium, the used to be called University of Phoenix or whatever, where the Cardinals play, it's right next to the stadium that the Yotes play in, and their stadium's nice. So John says, yeah, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had something to do with that. NHL obviously wants the Habs in the playoffs for revenue. No, I totally freaking agree, John. But so that's what I don't understand. So Crosby gets suspended. He misses a day. Like, they suspended our guys for 10 days. Ovi and Orly had the coronavirus. Like, they got it. They had the antibodies. So it's, from what I've read, it's very hard to get it a second time. So, but Montreal's not missing anybody significant, but they have not played well. And I still think Montreal's going to make it. Because Vancouver is, so if you look at the plus, I think the plus minus differential is something I've always looked at for a team. And I think it's always glaring. I think it shows that you score goals, even strength, and your goalie isn't letting in more than he's allowing, right? And it's, the league is a lot closer than Nintendo. But look at the North. Toronto's a plus 25. Again, if you don't think Toronto is one of the best teams in the NHL, you're not paying attention. They've played the worst hockey they could play, and they're 4-6 in their last 10, which is not terrible. And they're plus 25. They're 10-6 at home. That's not a surprise. Winnipeg's plus 17, Edmonton's plus 19, and Montreal's plus 13. So, and I'll be honest, I have another hot take that, not to steal John's hot take moniker, but I think Jake Allen might be the starter for Montreal going forward, just based on what I've seen from Price. I don't think Price has been horrible. Price looks like a guy who's played since he was 20 or 21, and he's 35, and he's not young. He's like, I think he's 36 this year. So he looks like a 36-year-old goalie. Wow, Vegas almost potted one in. It's still loose. Up goal. They score. Vegas scores. There's like 80 Avalanche in the freaking net, and Vegas scores. It's Reeves' line. I think it's Zach Whitecloud. It's 5-2, 5:24 left. I'll keep the Vegas stuff. Yeah, I've seen Price play fine, John, but I just think Jake Allen is actually, when I've seen him, he's seen better, but we'll see. So Grubauer lost the puck. He goes to flop on it. 28, I think that's Carrier. He noticed it, kept it alive, but it was just a mass of humanity. Ryan Reeves is in the middle of it. He's laying down. It's a nice goal. They could challenge because Reeves was kind of in the crease. I don't know. But he was on the ice. He got dumped by the defenseman. I think this is going to be a good goal. If they're looking at it, they may be looking at it here. So that's the North. The North is all plus. So those are the teams I think that are in. Toronto, Winnipeg, and I think in that order. I think Edmonton will probably end up being the third team. Winnipeg is good. They just haven't played well. Montreal, I think Montreal's good. Montreal, they may be in offsides. They're in offsides. Oh, they're offsides bigger than shit. Ryan Reeves, offsides. There's no way. The puck, yeah, he's offsides big time. So it's going to be no goal. Offsides for Vegas, so it's still going to be 5-1. Nice. Whoever the video coach for Colorado is, yep, coach's challenge. It's totally going to be offsides. Okay, so those are the 4 teams from the North. And I think kind of we're close, St. Louis fan of darkness. So the Honda West, the Kings are a plus team. The Blues are not, but the Blues haven't been healthy. I think you're right. I think Colorado is going to be the top team. I think they're going to pass Vegas. They just seem like that. They have the high end. 36 is not old, Hugh Tahoob. Hey, Hugh Tahoob, by the way, thanks for coming in to the Sports Beard show post game. Got 3 games, did have 3 games going. We're just talking. I left the Hot Take Hockey chat and said, if anybody wants to keep talking hockey, so I'll do live stream from Anchorage coming live, Sports Spirit, Anchorage, Alaska. No goal. It is still 5-1. I knew that was going to happen. So, like I said, St. Louis fan of darkness. I think it's going to be Vegas, Colorado, Minnesota, St. Louis. Those are the teams. Arizona looks like sellers. If I'm the Kings, I don't want to make the playoffs. I'm with John. I totally agree. Hey, thank you, Hugh Tahoob, for subbing. If I said that wrong, Hugh, thank you for subbing and coming in and leaving a like and stay in chat. And who's your favorite team? And love to talk with you a little bit about hockey. And if you want to, we just BS and throw out conspiracies of what we like. Kings also, besides that one hot stretch, haven't been that great this year. Yeah, they lost a couple late ones to the Wild too, right? So they could actually have a better record. The Kings are a plus team, though, St. Louis fan for darkness. They're +1, but again, I always tell you that's a huge indicator. So the Mass Mutual East, the best plus team, Islanders. Where you at, Kim? Where you at, Isles Girl 3? Logan Hacker, I don't agree. I don't agree that the Bolts defense is shit. I think they didn't play great tonight against Dallas, but Dallas is a good team. They just haven't won some games where they've outplayed because Vasilevsky is so good. I think Edmund's really good. Yes, McDonough's a little bit older, but Sergachev, they didn't play a great game tonight, but I disagree. So Islanders are +26. They're probably going to win the division. Caps +15. I actually kind of thought the Caps would be on the back half of this just because we're older or whatever. Pittsburgh's +19. They play nothing but like Buffalo and the Devils like the remainder of their season. They're making it. They're probably going to be number 2. They're not going to play anybody tough, though, and I think they're going to get bounced in the first round of our thing because I think if they match up against Boston, it's not a great matchup for them or the Islanders. They play us great, though, so we'll probably end up with them. I think if it's 2-3, if it stays the same, I think we do play them in the first round. So, but we'll see. I mean, Caps could win the division. We have the most goals scored, but we also have one of the most goals allowed, 95. So, John's talked a little bit. I believe in Samsonov or Vanasek. From what I've seen from them, they've played great. But those are your 4 teams. The Rangers are a +17, but I just think they got hot too late. They're 2 games above 500, though. They could catch Boston because Boston's a little bit in his skid. But I don't know. I just have a tough time with that veteran Boston team not making the playoffs. I would really love to see Pittsburgh miss. That would be hilarious, but that's not going to happen. I should stream myself playing Valhalla, Logan Hacker. Does he play NHL? And I don't know Valhalla personally, but I would be up for it. I have a Twitch, but I've never done anything like that. I just watch a lot of stuff. And then here you go. If you look at this Central, Dallas is not completely out of it. The plus team is Tampa Bay. By the way, Tampa Bay is a plus 42, guys. That's why I say it's not getting talked about in the Canadian market. Tampa Bay, they just don't look like they've missed a beat. And they're going to get a Hart Trophy winner back at the trade deadline in the prime of his career, not at the trade deadline, by the playoffs. And I know not playing during the playoffs until the playoffs isn't great, but look at all the college kids that come on NHL teams that they add. So, Hugh, I'm a Caps fan. I'm wearing a cap. I've been a Caps fan. I've been a hockey fan my whole life, but a Caps fan for about 2002. So, are you a Pens fan? I'm cool with you if you're from Pittsburgh and you're from that area. If you're from Crosby's hometown or something, that's cool. I just there's so many bandwagon Pens fans. Whatever, so, I live down there in DC, Virginia area, listened to their games when they were god awful. So yeah. You know what, dude, I don't have a great camera and, I could change it up too. I'm not that concerned. So 2:21 left of this game, 5-1 Colorado. What a statement win by the Avs tonight. It is, Logan, 7:37. We got another hour of daylight. Oop, Avs almost buried another one. I think Vegas is going to pull their goalie to less than 2. So there was a lot of bandwagons fans last year. I'm just happy they're gone. Oh, are you talking about the Blues fans, St. Louis? Yeah, so I rooted for them. So my wife and I, we got another dog, KP, somewhere around here. He's my little baby. We decided that we would have our third dog not be a fan of my dog Bone is a Caps fan, and our other dog Poochin or Moose is a Rangers fan. So it's all tied. And when we got KP, we're like, well, whoever wins the Stanley Cup can be with all our dogs are actually from Missouri. We bought them from a breeder down there, real reputable breeder. And so it kind of worked out that KP ended up being a Blues fan. So he's a bandwagon fan, but he's a dog, so no one cares. Yeah, I rooted for the Blues. Because I just root. They, like I said, they were Caps West. Vancouver, the Sharks. Those are teams. Those fan bases are great fan bases. I'd love to see them win a cup. I don't know if John's still kicking around. The Toronto Maple Leafs fans deserve to look at. Did you see the videos of that city celebrating the Toronto Raptors championship? It's going to be 1,000 times better if the Leafs win a cup because Canada loves hockey and it's awesome. You were born and raised in Alaska, Hugh. Are you in Alaska right now, Hugh? Hockey junkie. I don't know what you mean even with COVID. What do you mean by even with COVID? I don't know what you mean, Hockey Hugh. You have retro clips from the 80s? I mean, anybody can go get clips. I mean, I saw Lemieux play in the 90s. I didn't root against them when they were winning the cups. I mean, you're from Illinois, but closer to St. Louis. Yeah, I knew there's a lot of the Blues fans in Illinois. I've heard that. And no one's going to call you bandwagon if you're from that area and you were a Blues fan. Blackhawks won 3 cups, who's my favorite MLB team, Logan Hacker? I am a Los Dodgers Yazul. I'm a Dodgers fan. I've been a Dodgers fan my whole life. My grandma was a big Dodgers fan. She loved Tommy Lasorda. When I was 11, we watched them win the World Series in 1988. But I like root for the Indians, teams that haven't won. The Mariners, they're horrible. They're on the radio up here. We hear them, all the Seattle teams. So, you're saying there wouldn't be a huge crowd if the Leafs won the cup with COVID? I'll tell you right now, Hockey Junkie, I think Canada would give no shits about COVID if the Leafs won the cup, especially in the greater Toronto area. I think they'd be like, yep, COVID's over, because I'm telling you, that's happening here in the U.S. Like, I think in Alaska, I think we lead the nation in vaccinations. So anybody that wants it's got it. So I think eventually, if we get 60%, they're going to be like, whatever, everything will be business as usual. Canada should be no problem. They have free healthcare and, yeah. So St. Louis sports fan for darkness. I'm not surprised. The Cardinals are one of the greatest National League teams ever. They've won second most World Series is next to the Yankees. They're a great team. And hey guys, I was going to tell you, if you're in here and you're wanting to listen, John does hockey and I love hockey. I'm a sports fan, man. I like Formula One. I like soccer, Premier League. I'm pretty much a Premier League. I'll follow the Spanish league a little bit because Real and Barca is always entertaining, right? And Serie A, the Italian league. Bundesliga I don't follow at all because it's like three teams that can win it and everybody else is not great. Love the Premier League. I'm a Manchester United fan, but I don't really get too crazy about it. I love baseball. Dodgers fan, but I like all the teams except for the cheating ass Astros. Big props. It's nice solid win by Colorado, by the way, 5-1. I said I would end the stream on that, but if you believe it or not, I've been going an hour and a half. What's up, Hockey Junkie? What was the question? You retracted your question. I didn't give anybody privileges to be. I don't have mods like John. If you just say something that I don't like, I'm just not going to acknowledge it. And I have 5 people in the chat. We had 600 at one point tonight. His chat was awesome tonight. It was so much fun. And I'm glad we got him hyped. I'm hoping he's getting his homework done. Yeah, so my wife's a Cubs fan, like diehard Cubs fan. She doesn't like the Cardinals. The old Cardinals are hard to hate. I read a book about Bob Gibson when I was a kid. I always liked Ozzie Smith. So tough to just like certain guys from the Cards. So yeah, I'm telling you, Hockey Junkie, I don't think Leafs fans would give 2 shits about COVID. I think they'd be like, fuck this, we're going to party. They're going to go down to the street and celebrate so I just watched the F1 documentary from the 2020 season and in Italy and stuff where they had massive deaths. And this last summer. People showed up for Monza and they were wearing their masks, but they weren't no 6 feet apart. And that's Europe. And I mean, Europe's even more crazy and progressive than the West. And I know there's a lot of Canadians that are anti-mask. I know it's not just sole United States. I see a lot of anti-Canadian government propaganda on the internet too. There are people that are not happy with what's going on. They think this is a global conspiracy. I mean, if you worked I was in the military 23 years, guys, if you didn't know my background, I'm going to do some hey, welcome to my channel videos that are all edited and tell me a little bit about me and stuff like that. But I worked in government. The government is not organized. It is not, there's no greater scream. The government can't get pencils. It's like the most unorganized thing. It's that way everywhere. There's so much bureaucracy. There's no way. Few people know how to get anything done. That's part of the problem. So I would love to see the Leafs win the cup. I, of course, want Ovi to. So there's rumors Lundqvist will come back. My wife is going to root for the Caps if Lundqvist is on the roster. If the Caps won the cup with him on the roster, even if he didn't play anything, with Chara and Ovechkin, and I said, I'm on record, I think if Ovi wins the cup this year, I think he retires. I think he's played a long time. I think he has 2 boys now. I think he wants to stay home with his kids. He's going to be 36. So, yeah, I would really be happy for Leafs fans. It's been since 1993 that a Canadian team won. I know the cup goes up north every year. There's no team that doesn't have a Canadian on it. So, Hockey Junkie, I wish I knew what you asked. Sorry. So, Hugh, are you in? Hugh, I don't know if I saw. Did you answer my question? Where are you located? Are you in Pennsylvania? If you're in Pennsylvania, your Pens fandom, I totally accept. So, what was your question, Hockey Junkie? I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I saw you retracted something, but I didn't see what it was. I apologize. So John does that so well. John from Hot Take Hockey gets 200 people. People are like, you didn't answer my question. I'm like, I have 5 people in the chat. I can't hang. So Hugh, you're from Pittsburgh proper. I mean, you live in Pittsburgh. You have to be a Penguins fan. If I grew up there, I would totally be a Penguins fan. And you should be proud because the Pirates suck. The Steelers haven't been good for a while. I mean, they're not crappy. The Steelers have won 6 Super Bowls, so they're not terrible. But the Pens they've been good, man. You gotta love them. And so I would totally be a huge Pens fan if I was from that area. And I know a lot of people from West Virginia. I did some military training down in West Virginia near Morgantown, Bridgeport area. And everybody there is the Steelers Penguins fan because they're real close. And that to me is from that area. Like St. Louis sports fan of darkness, like, oh, I live in Illinois. Well, you don't have to be a Cubs or a White Sox fan if you live in Illinois. You live closer to St. Louis. And you listen to the games on the radio. Probably your dad or your grandfather listened to the St. Louis, Jack Buck call games. And I totally get it. So I'm from Montana, lived in New York when I was a kid. Then I was in the military for 23 years, but most of my time lived in Alaska. I've been in Alaska in some form. I've called Alaska home since I was 19. I'll be 44 this year. So, we don't have teams. So I became a Giants fan when I lived in New York in the early 80s. My grandma was a Lakers and Dodgers fan, so I sort of liked them from them. And Canadian bacon, I'm still alive. What's up, brother? Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. So, Mario's sophomore season, I remember. Oh, you're talking. So, Hugh, you're old enough to have watched Mario play in 1984. I am too. I mean, I don't remember watching him those games specifically. He's a great hockey player. I know Mark Madden calls him the greatest. John at Hot Take Hockey is a legend. I am just your humble stooge that wants to talk sports forever. So I thought 84 was Mario's rookie year. So what year were you born, Hugh Tahoob? Because watching it on YouTube, and dude, if you're from Pittsburgh, you don't have to defend your fandom to me. So Hockey Junkie, I don't know why your messages keep getting retracted unless you did it yourself. I'm not retracting anybody's messages. So you were born in 85, so you're 36. Yeah, so I thought Mario's rookie year was 84, which if you think about that, his rookie year was 84. That was when the Edmonton was just becoming force dominant, right? And Edmonton won in 90 after Gretzky had left. So they won 5 cups in 4 years or 6 years or something like that. I think actually they played the Islanders 1 or 2 years in the finals. So yeah, I'm 77. My wife's 85. I don't remember Mario's rookie year. I do remember watching Gretzky a little bit when he played for the Oilers in the mid 80s. But hockey wasn't on TV like it was. I was telling John, one of my really vivid was when the Leafs were in the Western Conference Finals against the Kings in 93. I happened to be at a hotel with cable because I didn't grow up with it and saw Gilmore and Clark talking to whoever the reporter was. They had won the game. So, yeah, it was cool. Well, what do you guys want? What else you want to talk about, or what else? I mean, I'll stick around for a little bit if you guys want to. We got 6 people in the chat, so if you guys want to chat for another 10 minutes or so, I'll ride it out till 8 o'clock Alaska Standard. Or if you want to call it good and you're bored off your ass because I'm not very entertaining, I'm just trying to have a conversation with every one of you that wants to talk. I think we got the playoff teams though. Chicago again. Like I said, I really firmly believe Patrick Kane is the heart. If you take him off the Blackhawks, they're not a playoff team. Again, if you take McDavid off the Edmonton, they're not near as good. They still have Draisaitl, RNH. I don't know if you get more out of RNH, honestly, if he's up there. So I'd be surprised. I do think that the way the North is stacked right now, I think those are the teams. 1989. My wife is a huge Lanny McDonald fan. Who doesn't love that story? I told you guys, I don't know, you weren't in the chat, Hugh, but I'm living here in Alaska. I was at a famous bar up here when Scott Gomez won the Cup his rookie year with Devils. I got to see the Cup. It was awesome. It was a really incredible night. We all rooted for Scotty with the Devils. I don't know who they beat in 2000. I can't even remember. I forget. They went the next year and played Colorado, and I was one of the few people I knew that rooted for the Avs up here because I was like, I gotta root for Ray Bourque to win the Cup. It's like Lanny McDonald was that generation's. Everybody wanted to see Lanny. He played a lot of years with the Leafs. Was an incredible player. Like, what's a common denominator with hockey players too? Most of them are like the great. Look, Marner takes all this shit, right? Like was persona non grata at one point in Toronto. I saw some of the hateful shit people were writing about him. He has like an awesome charity. I just saw him in an interview with Kyprios. I mean, the worst Canadian superstars are like the greatest American ones. Look what's going on with Deshaun Watson. Dude, that's horrible. He's one of our best players, one of our best athletes. If that was happening with a hockey player, oh my God. You guys are lucky. You don't know. I mean, these guys are incredible. I agree, St. Louis sports fan for darkness. If you take a guy off the team, where would that team be? Ovechkin lost the heart one year to freaking Jocelyn Jose Theodore. And Jose Theodore only got it because he played goalie for the Montreal Canadiens. I'm like, if you took Alex Ovechkin off the Caps, they are not a playoff team. He scores one year. I think he scored 70% of the Caps goals. It felt like it was like no secondary scoring. Yeah, John. I hope the homework's going good, man. John has met Marner a couple good times. Like that guy's does this awesome assist charity, like super freaking good. Scotty Gomez was a little bit of a partier but nobody has a bad word to say about him in Alaska. The Scotty Gomez Foundation, any kid that wants to play hockey, that can't afford it, will get him gear. Awesome dude. I very rarely I heard stories. I heard Rick Nash from some people in Toronto, like he's a jackass, not very nice. Tom Wilson, I've heard tons of nice things about him. I don't know, Toronto area people, maybe you know or not. We have two left in the chat anyway, so I'm sure John is one of them. I've heard nothing bad. Like he does a bunch of work in DC. The Caps do all kinds of charity work. The guys are all good. TJ Oshie has a benefit. So yeah. Oh, you heard Mark? I think Mark Messier is a really private guy. I heard rumors that Mark Messier was gay. I think he has a full family and like has a big farm. So yeah, you would want him on your team, St. Louis sports fan for darkness. I guarantee you the Blues had guys a lot like him back in the day because he was and Tom Wilson's like a 20 goal scorer. He's no slouch. He's a good player. So, yeah, I've heard he's not really good. And John, I think you're going to get that with athletes that are entitled. It just happens. It's super bad in the U.S., and I think football is the worst sport. Like these high school players get entitled, then they go to college, they're entitled, and then then you see what's happening with Deshaun Watson. Apparently the guy wasn't told no enough because it just seems, I hope none of it's true, but you got like 15 accounts. It's not good. It doesn't look good. It's really very reminiscent to me of the Harper story. I don't know if you guys ever knew that. Yeah, if some guy's drunk in a bar, and fans are bothering him, I don't consider that being the stuff I heard was I don't want to get into specifics, but the stuff I heard about Nash, and look, he's not talked about a lot, right? He was a great player for a long time. He's not talked about. And I think, you don't see his name mentioned a lot on these podcasts, Spitting Chicklets, all these. The guys that are really good dudes, the bros that get along, they all stay together. They all talk. They still hang out. And you never hear his name a lot. And I just wonder if there's not a reason. And, that happens with some guys. Some guys are just, they like their alone time. Maybe they weren't ever big team guys, but they were great on the team. And I don't want to make generalizations about stuff I don't know. I wasn't there in the locker rooms with them. Obviously, he's probably going into the Hall of Fame. He was a pretty good player. I don't know what his career numbers are. Actually, why don't we look them up? We never won a Stanley Cup or anything. Let's go. Rick Nash. We have the time. Rick Nash, 437 career goals, 386 assists, 805 points. He's a career -11. He had 73 game-winning goals. He had how many playoff goals did he have? Does it show? He got a vote for the Richard, or he won the Richard in 2003, 2004, the year before Ovi. 41 goals. That was also his career high. He had 42 goals in 2014. We got some votes for the Selke that year. Man, that's kind of surprising. If he's a career minus, well, he had some bad years early in his career and then late in his career, but middle of his career, he looked okay. But yeah, I don't know. Is John Hot Take Hockey still in? Who is Rick Nash a Hall of Famer? I don't know. We got 2 left in the chat. I don't know, 805 points, 1,000 games played. He had some injury problems. He's not very old. He's 37 this year. He easily could still be playing. I think he had some injury troubles towards the end of his career too. But that's the thing about the hockey community, man. Like, a lot of stuff doesn't stay secret. Like I heard about an NHLer that married his billet's mom. Yeah, you've met Wendell Clark Trice, Hockey Junkie. I am not surprised Wendell Clark is nice. Who doesn't love Wendell Clark? Leaf legend, right? You don't have to be a Leafs fan. Wendell Clark, just like the name is. I thought I just remember when in 1995 going, the Quebec Nordiques are going to win the Stanley Cup. And like the next year they won the cup. They were the Colorado Avalanche. So who was drafted? Was Wendell Clark a Pittsburgh draft pick? I did not know that. That doesn't surprise me, though. John was talking about the NBA trade deadline, and I don't know if I messaged him, but I wanted to message him today, but I knew he was busy. I was like, I kind of miss the days of the NHL trade deadline just being pandemonium. I wish the NHL would get a little bit closer to what the NBA has, where they'd allow teams to go over the cap for a luxury tax. And, of course, Toronto would just spend, but that would make it even more fun, right? Because Toronto used to do that back when they could, before the salary cap, and didn't win them any cups. So you never know. It would just be cool. I think it gives the teams that do make a little bit more money an edge, because it also incentivizes other teams to, like, if the teams pay penalties and it has to go to the lesser teams, those teams have to use that money for players, period. Players, period. Not personnel, not anything else. Period. Not profits for that's how I'd write it. Not profits for the owners. They'd never go for it. But maybe they would, because some other owner would be helping them pay for other players. Really, if the Leafs, the Rangers, the Red Wings, the Kings, probably, they would all spend good money. So Pittsburgh maybe too. I don't know. I know the Caps would. Leonsis is a little bit more of opinion. I still think it would be a really balanced NHL, but I would really love to see it be. Because the NBA, the player movement is what makes the NBA so popular. It's literally like 2K now. Oh, what if you had James Harden on the Nets? Oh, let's do it. Like, yeah, let's trade. Nobody thought that would happen 2 years ago. And now it's like Durant, Kyrie. I hope the Nets don't win, by the way. I'm not rooting for them. I mean, I'm a Lakers fan, but, like, I don't care if the Lakers win. They've won like 200 titles. It's like, I rooted for the Bulls when I was growing up in high school too, because Phil Jackson lives right up the road where I'm from in Montana, and he's a great guy. And I've not met him, but I saw Jordan once at a really tiny store in Montana. Didn't talk to him because but you know what? I think Doug Armstrong, he's so savvy. But you know what? They would have probably given Petrangelo what he wanted just to be a little bit in. Hey, good night, John. Good luck with the homework, my man. I'm not going to stay on 5 more minutes and then I'm off. I really appreciate you, man. I'll support you till you're not doing YouTube hockey, and then when you go on to whatever career, I will support you in that, and I will try to watch whatever program you're on. So I really appreciate it, man. You're the man. Yeah, hey, I really appreciate you coming in, Hockey Junkie. Thanks. Have a good one. Appreciate you being here. Oh, Pittsburgh had number 2 pick, and they almost got Clark drafted. Simpson. Oh yeah, Craig Simpson. Yeah. I think Craig Simpson was a solid player, right? What year was that draft? What year was that draft that Clark got drafted? Oh, I want to look it up. What was that, like 1980? What year was the draft? 1989? I'm just going to guess. No, because Wendell Clark. Oh, we could just look up what year was Wendell Clark drafted. Oh, 85. 1985 NHL draft. My computer knows me. 5 in the chat, though. We still got 5 in the chat. So Wendell Clark was number 1 overall. He went to Pittsburgh. He was a defense. He was drafted as a defenseman. Saskatoon Blades. So Craig Simpson, not an NHL All-Star. Ulf Dahlin, 7th overall. Let's look. Dave Manson, 11th. Dave Manson was an animal. Sean Burke, goalie, 2nd round pick. Mike Richter, 28th overall. Eric Weinrich. I remember Eric Weinrich. I think he played a lot with excuse me. I think Eric Weinrich played for the Flyers for a while too. Steve Chason, I believe that's Alex Chason, Caps legend, by the Detroit Red Wings. Hartford, 1985. Who did Hartford draft in 19? Hartford we just call Carolina. They drafted Dana in the first round. Dana Trevor Merzin, a Canadian ice hockey defenseman. I haven't heard of him. He played. Joe Nieuwendyk, that's a solid 2nd overall pick out of Cornell from Canada by the Calgary Flames. He was on that Stanley Cup team, by the way, the 89 Cup team. And I believe he was on Dallas and a Devils championship. I think Nieuwendyk has 3 cups. And I believe Nieuwendyk had a couple of years with the Leafs. Bill Ranford, solid goalie, Stanley Cup winner for the Edmonton Oilers, 3rd round pick. Let's see if there's any sneaky ones. And these old drafts are cool because they go to round 9. Ooh, look at this. Round 8, Randy Burridge, left wing, Boston Bruins. Solid. Not bad. You get an all-star player in the 8th round. Round 10. Ooh, this has Igor Larionov. Zarly Lazapsky, pin drafted Whalers player, died. Yeah, I remember Zarly Lazapsky, man. Anybody? Yeah, it's so sad. He was a part of that Ron Francis trade. That really put Pittsburgh into that was a huge trade for Pittsburgh. Ron Francis is an incredible player. How about Igor Larionov by the Vancouver Canucks, drafted in the 11th round? He should be in the Hall of Fame. Like, he's so good. They had 12 rounds. 12 rounds in 1980. What year was this? 85 draft. Huh. That's so crazy. Yeah, Zarly Zlapsky. I don't know what killed him. He couldn't have been that old. He was a good player. What year was that draft that you said Zlapsky was drafted? I want to check the 1984 draft since we know it's Lemieux. But I think Brian Lawton. Oh no, that's NBA draft. NBA draft from 1984 is not too shabby. Who do you know, Hugh, that went number 1 overall in the 1984 NBA draft? I said we talk about Akeem the Dream Olajuwon. Second pick overall, Sam Bowie. Not a good pick. Third overall pick, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Fourth pick, Sam Perkins, the Big Smooth. He was a good player. He's borderline Hall of Famer. Charles Barkley, 5th overall. What a player. John Stockton, 16. Ridiculous. What a draft. But I want to look at the NHL draft. So that NBA draft was, Michael Jordan might be, by many as the best NHL player. And I know there's a lot of people think Lemieux. I would say Lemieux smoked. He smoked cigarettes. He got cancer. He would have been a way better athlete if he wasn't a smoker. Emmitt Smith was a smoker. He set the record. Imagine how good an athlete he was. Bettman was senior chair. Yeah, I remember he started off under David Stern. I actually think Bettman has done good for the NHL. I know there's a lot of criticism. The lockout was a tough thing, but that had a lot to do with the owners. And the players shouldn't have caved. Read Dick Kiprios' book, Undrafted. He's got some really good insight on that. That 94 year, the Rangers won the Cup. They're the number 1 media market in the U.S. Sports Illustrated called it the next best thing, and then they went on a lockout. Every time the NHL gets momentum, they shoot themselves in the foot, and it's so frustrating for us NHL fans. So Mario was number 1, Kirk Miller was number 2, Eddie Olczyk was number 3, Al Iafrate, who was a Caps legend. I did not know he was drafted by the Maple Leafs. Peter Svoda. Other notables are Shane Corson, Gary Roberts. What a player, Gary Roberts. Also drafted by the Flames and on that 89 Cup. I think that was his only Cup like Gilmore. Also Leafs legend. And Craig Billington, Scott Mellenby. I thought Scott Mellenby was an American player, but Stéphane Richer from Montreal. I believe he won a couple Cups. Jeff Brown, Mikhail Bavanka, Ray Shepard. Ray Shepard, solid players. I didn't know Sabres drafted him. Kirk McLean, 6th round pick. Brett Hull, 117th round, 6th round pick. I think he has over 700 career goals, Hall of Famer, Stanley Cup champion. Kel Samuelson, what ridiculous. Don Sweeney. I think Don Sweeney was the general manager for a long time, too. 8th round pick. Luc Robitaille, Hall of Famer. 9th round pick. Same year Lemieux came out. 117th over 171st, 9th round pick by the Los Angeles Kings. Gary Suter, American Gary Suter. Hall of Fame defenseman out of University of Wisconsin-Madison, Calgary Flames, 180th pick. Oh my God, this draft it's got 11, 12 rounds. There's tons of players. I was just naming players that were like Hall of Fame-esque. I think Shooter's in the Hall of Fame. I think at one point he was like one of the higher scoring American players. That's incredible. So check out the 2003 draft. That's argued one of the best drafts ever. That one's so fun to look at. The 2015 that was McDavid's draft was good. I think 11. We looked at 11 the other day. That was a really good draft. I love doing the draft comparison stuff. I love the NFL draft. I'm going to do NFL draft live stream. If somebody wants to join me, I want to do John's. I want to go on live with him and do like work the phones because we don't get Trade Central TSN in America, and NBC does 30 minutes of it. So at least if it comes on ESPN, I'll be able to watch ESPN Plus. They'll probably cover TSN or Sportsnet's coverage of the draft, so that'll be good. Because they used to do that, I think. So I love the NHL draft. It's so much fun. I love team building. That's why I always play franchise mode. I don't play online or anything, but I have fun. I would be open. Somebody asked me tonight if I'd play Valhalla. I would be like, yeah, I'm sure I'd play Valhalla. We could stream it or whatever. 2011 draft. We were talking about Nugent Hopkins. Would you pick him number 1 overall? And Shifley was 7th pick. Couturier, Dougie Hamilton, Ricard Raquel, John Gibson, Brandon Saad, Kucherov, 58th overall, 2nd round pick. Nice pick, Eiserman. Whew. Good pick. I mean, that you build, if you get guys like that in the draft, how about Vincent Trocheck, 3rd round pick, Jordan Bennington, St. Louis sports fan of darkness, Jordan Bennington, round 3, out of the Owen Sound Attack of the OHL. That's working out, isn't it? Round 4, Johnny Gaudreau. That's what I always say. Johnny Gaudreau is not a top 10 pick. He was a 4th round pick, 104 by the Flames. He's outlived where people projected him to be. Nobody thought he could play in the NHL. That's why he went. If they thought he was as good as he has been, he would not have gone in the 4th round. He would have been a top 15 pick. Easy. If anybody had projected him to be that way. So, and I think this only has 7. I think after the lockout year, they've shortened the draft to 7, which I think is only fair because it just, if teams, Tampa Bay, you can give Yzerman credit. I guarantee, and we're talking about Buffalo. This is the problem with the Sabres. You need scouts to scout other NHLers. Like, I don't know if Marcus Johnson is playing for the Wild. I think he might be hurt for them. So that Stahl thing is a wash. The Wild might actually prefer to have Stahl. But Guerin was trying to get a little bit younger and faster and on the fly. And it's going to be hard to trade Zach Parise's contract and Ryan Suter. Ryan Suter, though, by all accounts, has played really well. And, he's going to make a shit ton of money, but he could still be in the top 4 pair. So it'll be, it's going to be cool. Nobody alarming in that one. Thomas Jerko, nice player for the Red Wings. There's some good players. But I think, we were talking. Yeah, so we were talking about this draft specifically because Canadian Bacon or Bacon Hockey 13, who used to be his name, was really bummed out that Calgary didn't have picks in the middle of that round or something. I can't remember. I don't know if it was this draft. It might have been the McDavid draft. But I was like, oh my God, like Barzell was 15th. He's top 5 if you go back and do the draft. So 2003 draft because it is so good. Yeah, Backus is incredible. I got to say, he's another guy. What a great American player for a long time. Hit a wall when he got to Boston. It sucks because he's from there. But he was a longtime captain for the Blues. I would have loved to seen him. It was sort of bittersweet. The Blues beat the Bruins with Backus on the team. I didn't like that. That sort of sucked. And I think Backus still, like Anaheim, still has his contract. So I'm sure he still lives in Massachusetts. He probably didn't even go down there. But, that 2003 draft is arguably the best draft ever. Look at the 2015, though. Like we were looking at that one the other day, and it is a good draft. And of course, it's because McDavid is going to be, McDavid's. My concern with him is if he loses his speed, is he's the same type of player? Because I've just never seen, he moves, his stride is so quick. This is a little bit like Makar. Makar makes sense though, because according to Nazem Kadri, his thighs are like this. But we're talking about Eichel. Would you draft him 2 overall? And the Blues that year's pick was, I think they got Tarasenko that draft in like the 5th round. Where was he? I think that I don't know if it was Tarasenko in the 50. One of these drafts, Tarasenko was a late pick too, and people were like, "Oh yeah, I didn't see that one coming." It wasn't this 15. I'm off. But Sebastian Aho, 35 overall. What a pick by Carolina. I mean, game changer. I think that was Ron Francis as the general manager too, or might have been Rutherford. I don't know. When did Rutherford? It couldn't have been Rutherford. No, it might have been Rutherford. I don't know. When did he leave for Pittsburgh? Is Hugh still in the chat? We have 5 in the chat. So we like Marner. I was saying I like Marner a lot. He's probably 3rd. Dylan Strome does not go 3 overall to Arizona. Knowing what you know, right? Mikko Rantanen 10th, Zach Werenski 8th, Matt Barzal 16th. Yeah, this was the draft. So he was Canadian Bacon 13 the Canadian Bacon is a Calgary Flame. And he was really bummed out about not having Zaboral, DeBrusk, or Shinshin. And I said, well, DeBrusk is the only player I know really on that list that's done something. Zaboral could develop. But so Boston had 3 picks in a row in the first round. Those are the picks they drafted. And honestly, and I don't know if that was Chiarelli, he missed out on Barzell, Shabbat, Besser, Konechny. This is after those picks. Aho, there were some other good players that were like, how about Anthony Cirelli, 72nd overall, another incredible pick by Yzerman that obviously paid dividends for Tampa Bay. Keep saying, and I don't want Tampa Bay to win the cup. Like they won last year. I'm not rooting for them again. Tampa Bay got Matthew Joseph in the 4th round, 120 overall. What a pick. And looking at that kid, he looks like a player. He looks like he's going to be good. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you draft the Caps Backstrom, if you hit on half your picks in a draft year, or you get 2 like really good, like great NHL players in a draft, it doesn't matter where you get them. People look back and they'll be like, yeah, incredible. And yeah, the Blues had to draft well. Look at the guys that came up in that cup final. Most of those guys were homegrown. The Caps, TJ Oshie was a Blues guy. We got, well, Ovechkin was drafted, Backstrom was drafted, Carlson was drafted, Holtby was drafted. Carl Alsner, when he was good and played for the Caps, he wasn't on the Stanley Cup team, drafted. So I mean, you get bit guys that fill roles that maybe came from other teams, but it is so incredibly important to draft, have a good draft. And like, that's why I said, like, we're talking about all these teams that have futures. Amal came in. We're talking, yeah, Ducks are good. They've got a good future. Kings are good. They've got a good future. I think the Sens and Rangers just, God, those teams are the Rangers. The Rangers have really high-end talent on that team over the Sens. They have Panarin and Zibanejad when he's playing at this peak, and Kreider. They have some high play. So they're probably a borderline playoff team now. It looks they're playing that way too, right? So I don't know. Like, it's going to be super interesting to see what happens with, those 4 teams. Because I'll tell you, like we were talking, everybody says, who's your biggest disappointment? It has to be the Flyers. I would love to see the Flyers win a cup. They haven't won in a long time. They've had chances though. They were in the finals against the Blackhawks. That team could have won. And it was a great final. Would have been cool if it went game 7. Kane's goal was a little anticlimactic. It's never fun to see the team win on the road. Game 7 is awesome though. The Blues, that was cool. That was such a great game. I wish they all would go like that, So we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Like those 4 teams, I think Toronto, like, Tavares is a little old, but like everybody else on that team is really young. Matthews, Marner, Nylander, Riley's 29 or something. I mean, defenders tend to play longer in the league. I don't know. But it's going to be super interesting to see. So who you were talking about who folded last year, Hugh? I'm not. I don't know what you mean. Oh, are you talking about the Flyers? So I wasn't impressed with them in the playoffs, but the pandemic happened. They were the hottest team when the pandemic broke. And I just think they're the biggest disappointment this year. They have a team I know Matt Niskanen. I heard Doug McClain say that he thought they couldn't be missing Matt Niskanen that much. I think Matt Niskanen is a huge loss. The Caps needed him. He was a great player. We got Gudas in exchange. And I think by the end of Gudas's time with the Caps, Gudas made less money and the Caps just needed the cap space. Niskanen had a heftier contract. But I don't blame Niskanen for retiring. He won a cup, and I think he was probably tired of trying to do anymore. Maybe his body was just tired of fighting his body, and to me, the Flyers have to be the most disappointing team. If I was the Flames fan, I would be extremely upset. I know John's going to make a really cool video about Flames and why they should be pissed. They've had about as much luck as the Sabres, and I thought they had the best offseason in the NHL. I thought it looked like the Habs. I actually liked the Anderson Toffoli ad, and Toffoli's been great. I think he has almost 20 goals for Habs, so he's been fine for them. Anderson is streaky, which is what he was with. That's what I thought they were getting. They're going to probably overpay for a guy. I don't think it helped the Blues either. And then they weren't healthy when the playoffs come in. And again, it is so hard to repeat as a cup champion. You're gonna repeat as a cup champion if you keep that core there, like Blackhawks were able to do it, right? Penguins were able to do it. And you could just move in pieces and out. I think Pat Maroon was a bigger loss. He obviously won the cup he was a huge ad for Tampa. They needed some grit and some leadership to calm some of them guys down, some toughness to stand up. And Pat Maroon, awesome player, also former Oiler, right? So why did they get rid of him? Could have been great on them. I'd rather have Pat Maroon on my team than James Neal. Just saying. Oops, sorry. The Pens got lucky, though. They got lucky with Murray. I mean, he came up and played really well. And Kunitz was older. 2018, you remember the Caps beat you guys in 6 games. We did not have Nick Backstrom, and Wilson was suspended. So, the Penguins are great because they have Malkin and Crosby. If you have 2 or 3, and then they had Jordan Stahl in 2009, you have that kind of depth at center. And because Maxim Talbot won the Stanley Cup in 2009 for the Penguins. He scored the 2 goals against Detroit, So, so Grinders win the cup, but like the year the Caps won, we had tons of depth with guys that were scoring. Connolly scored, DSP scored, same thing with the Pens. Dupuis, Kunitz is a guy. I also think Patrick Hornquist is a sneaky ad for them that never gets credit. And then you get Phil Kissel for a bag of nickels. You didn't have to give anything up for him. And Maple Leafs retain his salary. And I thought the league should have intervened on that. It was such a freaking in the bag for the Pens thing. I was like, this is ridiculous. Steph, are you doing something with the oven? Sorry, guys. Should have paused it. Oh, what? What is going on? Why is it beeping? Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to bounce. So, Hugh, I don't know. I mean, if George McPhee doesn't trade Philip Forsberg for a bag of nickels, the Caps have him, and I don't know. Pittsburgh got goaltending and the Caps didn't. I don't think they were that much better of a team. Down the middle was the difference. Outside of Backstrom, and we didn't win with Backstrom against you guys in 2018. I thought the teams were very evenly matched. I think the Caps could have beat Nashville in that cup final easy. Would have had to get there too. Again, we're playing Pittsburgh in the second round, so there's a lot of what ifs. We lost the cup champions and then won the cup 3 years in a row. We could have been the cup champion, I think, easily. We had the team. In 2014, we had the best team in the league. Couldn't get a freaking playoff penalty call in 2011. The Rangers beat us fair and square in that Eastern Conference Finals. They went on to lose to the Kings. I actually thought the Rangers could have beat the Kings. They were in some games. I think if the Rangers would have had one more player up front, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, dude, you got Crosby. The guy's good for a reason. He's fucking competitive. The guy doesn't like losing. Hey Siri, turn on the living room lights, please. It's getting dark. I didn't realize. Hey Siri, turn on the living room lights. Anyway,
do you want to turn on your living room
I
lights?
do want to turn on my living room lights, and I asked you to do it. Thanks.
Did you want to turn on your living room lights?
Yes. But
Okay.
iron
the
sharpens
lights are on.
iron too.
The living room wall lamp is not responding.
Okay, it's on. Thank you. I'm a Giants fan. We won 2 Super Bowls. I think a lot of it had to do with the division we played in. So, God, I doubt we'll go deep, but man, it'd be sweet to see if the Penn haters free. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm just, a Caps fan. I don't like the Pens. I'm sick of the Pens. Of course you're not. You're a fan of them. I think there's probably as many people that would love to see that team go deep. I don't know. Who knows? I think they do something. I thought they would make the playoffs, and they're going to make it. They're playing nothing but Buffalo and New Jersey the second half of the year. They're good. Malkin being out, I heard Kapanen's out. They may not make it, but every time good players get hurt, you bring other guys in, and it helps. And so it just makes the team stronger. Yeah, but here's the argument, St. Louis sports fan for darkness. Petrangelo's not a superstar. Bennington played like a superstar, and he's now being paid like a superstar. But Tarasenko is kind of a superstar. He's had some injury problems the last couple of years, but dude is a 30-something goal. He's a game changer. When he's on his game, when there's a lot of guys that would have a tough time containing him. But you're right. The Blues, you could probably consider not the most superstar. Ovechkin won. Yeah, because look, that's why I keep saying about Vegas. Something is missing with Vegas. Yeah, Mark Stone is a really, really good player, and I think he's one of the best defensive players in NHL. But something about that team, like when the Caps played them and we lost the first game of the Stanley Cup Finals, like, we're going to win. I go, we're going to win this in 5. I go, we should have won that game. We let it go. I said the Caps hadn't played that open of a thing since like the first game or against Columbus. Like, no, they're going to win the Cup. I go, the Caps are finally going to win the Cup. And they did. And it wasn't even like the other games were close. Tuck's goal, that would have changed a lot of things if he would have tucked it in the open net. Give Holtby credit, made one of the greatest saves in Stanley Cup Finals history. But yeah, what St. Louis had, and I think the Caps weren't a lot different. They had Ovechkin. St. Louis had a lot of great players with depth. Zach Sanford was a pick from the Caps. But Braden Shen was a high pick. He was like a top 3 pick. I mean, people projected him. If you get picked in the top 5, they think you're going to be something special, right? So I think the Blues out physical teams for sure with O'Reilly, and the Blues had great depth up the middle. They had good winger play. They had skilled wingers that could score. Thomas and guys, but could be physical. Again, it's all about matchups, right? If we don't play Pittsburgh in those rounds because they redo the divisions, the Caps were dominating the Southeast when they were in the Southeast. Ovechkin scored more goals against Winnipeg / Atlanta, and people are like, oh, Atlanta was garbage. Atlanta had Kovalchuk. They had some good teams. And it's not like Ovi tore up Atlanta his whole career because they moved to Winnipeg. They were out of the Southeast. But like they wanted to have this Crosby Malkin, and the Caps kept winning the Metro. It wasn't, they were winning the freaking President's Trophy. It wasn't helping them win cups. So like, it is what it is. Like, I'll make excuses for the Caps. They lost in the final. It's brutal. It makes the one more sweet. I did numbers and spreadsheets. Pittsburgh was getting 3-1 power plays. They're not more skilled than the Caps. If you do the traditional Crosby-Ovechkin matchup, Pittsburgh's gotten way more officiating calls in their favor than the Caps have. There's definitely some Crosby bias in the league. I've heard ownership and reputable people talk about how they felt like the NHL is a bit in the bag for Crosby. Here's my thing with Crosby. He didn't change the NHL like Ovechkin did. Ovechkin he brought fans with his charisma. Crosby's incredible. But if you're a casual fan, you don't know much about Crosby. You've heard his name. It's not like Gretzky. And I just think that Crosby's vanilla. He's not exciting off the ice. I'm not saying that makes him a bad guy or a terrible player. He's incredible. He's one of the best players ever. And, but I think Crosby has gotten away with some really dirty plays, slew footing and stuff and they don't do anything to him. The NHL is, I've seen McDavid do some stuff that I'm like, he doesn't get penalties called on him. I'm like, this is kind of like, you really favor this Canadian superstar. I think it's kind of horrible. So, Hugh, Crosby is not the same player as Ovechkin. Ovechkin was top 10 in the league in hits. He's a goal-scoring winger. Crosby is a puck-moving center. It's not even this. It's like, if you want to compare Crosby to Bergeron, Nick Backstrom, yeah. Ovechkin and Crosby aren't even the same style of player. They've never been. I think it's the stupidest comparison ever. It's like this guy, defenseman, is, I don't know. It's just, they're not the same. I don't think Crosby's more, I think Crosby had to work hard for what he has. I think Ovechkin is more naturally gifted. Ovechkin's mom was a 2-time gold medalist in basketball for the Soviets, and his dad was a pro soccer player. He comes from good stock. He's 6'3", 237 in his prime. That's Lawrence Taylor's height and weight when he was a linebacker for the Giants. It's incredible how that guy can move with the speed. His shot is unbelievable. He never misses games. Okay, Crosby missed games. Crosby's dad's like a plumber or something. I mean, but Crosby worked his ass off for everything he's had. He's a hard-working player. His off-season stuff is legendary. He works super hard. Those guys practice constantly. He probably has a little bit of, what do they call, like, hyper focus. So, Sid's an incredible skater. Ovechkin, I don't think played hockey till he was like 10. So Crosby had it's just not it. I've always hated the Crosby Ovechkin stuff. I think if Ovechkin gets his rookie year and they don't have a lockout, I don't think there's as much animosity against Ovechkin because Ovechkin stole Crosby's Calder. It was his Calder. It was Crosby's. But Ovechkin comes in and scores 54 or something his rookie year. He's incredible. He's knocking dudes around. I just have never seen. And look, don't get me wrong. Crosby's a great player, but I've never jumped out of my seat and been like, oh my God. I'm not saying he's made some great goals and stuff later, and he's flashy, but I've seen a lot of guys pull off on the ice what Crosby's done. I've seen guys do. I mean, I saw Yager and stuff. Yager scored one of the most incredible goals I've ever seen. And I saw Gretzky. I saw guys that did Lemieux. I saw guys on the ice that did a lot of things that Crosby does super well. I never saw a guy like Ovechkin. I never, ever, ever saw a guy like Ovechkin. And I see that St. Louis Sports Fan of Darkness said Ovi is greater than Crosby. I'll say this. I think Ovi brought more fans to the NHL than Crosby did for the U.S. fan base. Austin Matthews, if you watch the NHL 21, he was at the game. Ovi scored that goal. I think he inspired a generation of goal scorers. Ovi always celebrates every goal like it was his first goal. He would get destroyed in the media for doing that. I just don't get why people care that he celebrates his teammates' goals as much as he celebrates his own. He loves the game. He's an exuberant guy. He's a much more of an extrovert, outgoing type guy. Crosby's an introvert. He's a quiet guy, but everyone's like, oh, Crosby played the right way. Crosby got away with so much dirty stuff. He cried all the time. The Flyers fans had him freaking, don't get me wrong, but I just don't feel like his personality jumped off the screen and was like, da-da-da-da. So, and look, like Crosby's numbers are great. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's going to be considered one of the greatest players of all time. What Ovechkin's done in the modern era at a goal-scoring pace is unbelievable. Gretzky has said this. Phil Esposito, all these guys, like Phil Esposito said when he passed him, that he was like, dude, I would have never scored half of what I scored, the way guys block shots, the goalies butterfly, the way they get over the gear. It's not – and I just don't think you need to make the comparison. If Ovechkin was a center that was a puck skill, kind of skating guy, I don't know top speed if Ovechkin in his prime was faster than Crosby or what. Crosby looks like the smoother skater. He looks like he has better form again. Very evident to a kid that started playing hockey when he was 3. I think, again, Ovechkin didn't start till he was like 10 or something. So, yeah, Crosby missed a ton for – Ovi's missed none. The only games Ovi's missed is because the NHL's locked out. I think he'd be over or damn near close to 800 goals. And that's what I'd like to see him get. He won the Cup. He won the Conn Smythe. He won the Hart 3 times or something. The Lester B. Pearson or the Ted Lindsay, whatever they call it now, 3 or 4 times. He had all the individual accolades. I think if you asked him a long time ago, he wanted the Cups. I think it was a false narrative that was set by us, the Canadian media, to paint Alexander Ovechkin like he didn't give a shit about winning and he cared about numbers, and that's never been the case. That guy wanted to win since he's played, but he loves the game and he plays it like a youthful kid. He's 35. He still celebrates goals, and there's nothing wrong with that. They get paid to play a children's game. That's what should happen. So I hate the comparison because they're two different, it's yin and yang. They're just so different. It's apples and oranges. They're not this. They play offense. That's this similar skill. And Crosby scored some nasty goals. Ovechkin scored some nasty. Everybody's like, oh, he scores in the one spot only. Okay, well, you've never watched him play then because he's, I've never jumped out of my chair. It helps that I'm a Caps fan, but I've seen Malkin score some whoa, Ovechkin and Malkin are more of and Malkin's a center too. There's a lot of difference there too. Malkin's had a lot of injury problems. Ovechkin's a warrior. He doesn't miss. He did not practice this week at all. He has a leg injury and he came back and he could have had 2 goals tonight. So Canadian bacon is back. Yeah, I stayed on long enough that people are coming back. Hugh, you are so right. What Crosby and Ovechkin did was, and that's why they created the Metro. They wanted to keep the ratings up and those two playing they wanted to try to guarantee those guys playing in the playoffs. And iron sharpens iron. I definitely think Ovi became a better player because of Crosby. Much better two-way player than he ever. But I always said Ovechkin, wingers don't have the defensive responsibility that centers have. Ovechkin was in top 10 in hits when he was younger. He doesn't throw the body like he used to. Just because I knew he wasn't playing healthy, but I've seen him let up on checks this year. I'm like, yeah, that's what happens when you're 36, and he won't in the playoffs, but he knows now, I don't have to be top 10 in the hits. I'm getting old. And so yeah, dude, Wayne Gretzky said the hardest thing to do is put the puck where it's supposed to be. Crosby's an incredible playmaker, and he's never had Phil Kessel was a great scoring winger, sniper, awesome guy to have. Like I said, the Pens do not win those cups if they don't get Phil Kessel. I wish that trade never happened. Not because I don't like Phil Kessel. I'm happy he won some cups, but that's huge. Also, Fleury was not good for you guys, and if Murray doesn't come in and do things and stand on his head, and Penguins probably don't win those championships. And then when Murray didn't play great, they could go to Fleury, and Fleury came in and played good. So it was you had this two-headed monster. The Caps, when they had championship level teams, that goalie was always the weakest. Holtby either didn't play at his best, or the year he won 50 games, tied Brodeur, he played too much. So, and they've gotten to that. So depth is super important, and your fan will love the bigger, manlier guy for sure. Dude, it's not, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I don't think I saw Crosby as a girlfriend. That's the first time I ever saw anything about Crosby's life that wasn't hockey was for his 1000th point. And I even said, I really feel bad that Crosby can't have his 1000th game with fans in the stands. That sucks. But I don't agree. I think there's as many Crosby fans as there are Ovechkin fans. Canada loves him. Everybody loves. Some people think his way of playing hockey is the right way, and I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying what Ovechkin did was not wrong, and I think Ovechkin was, Ovechkin off the ice was, you knew what he was. You knew he was into girls. He had some smoke shows, and his wife is no joke. But that stuff is tertiary to me. It's the stuff he did on the ice. It's the throwing the puck off the board, spinning around a Montreal defenseman, and beating Carey Price on his ass, far side. That's my favorite. Everybody goes, that Phoenix goal. I like that goal. That goal's cool. It's incredible because Gretzky was there. I think that makes that moment even more. It was I've never seen anybody score a goal like that ever. So it was awesome, but it's not even my favorite goal. That goal against Montreal is so awesome because I didn't like Montreal either. And no, yeah, I'm not saying that, Hugh. That's why I say it. That's why I hate the comparison. We spent all this time talking about Crosby and Ovechkin, and why can't we just appreciate both of them for what they brought? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, oh God, I probably remember that game, Canadian Bacon, and I would have totally went to a Calgary game to see him play. He does well in Canada because he knows how. I mean, Russia is huge into hockey. I mean, if there's a country that likes hockey as much as Canada, it's Russia. I mean, and they had the best hockey team for fucking 40 years. They were the best. That's why I always say the 1980 Olympic on Ice, those kids, they were college kids for the Americans. And if you haven't seen that movie Miracle, you have to watch it. It's incredible. And that wasn't even the gold medal game, but those were college kids that hadn't played together but for 6 months. And that Russian team, most of them had been together 10 years, and they were all pros. I don't even know if the Canadians had a team or they didn't field a team those years because a lot of their great players were playing in the NHL. You know, if you're a poor farm kid from Canada and you can go make good money. Even Joey Mullen, one of the best goal scorers, I think he scored 500 goals, U.S. player. He didn't play on the 80 Olympic hockey team. He got $50,000 signing bonus with the Rangers or something. So yeah, Ovi would give as good as he got. I will tell you, Lindholm or something. Oh, there's a moose. There's a moose up in the. There's a moose. I don't know if you guys can see. There's a moose up in the driveway. You can see it moving. It's like right above the car. It's way back up there. I got a big long driveway. I don't know if you guys can see. It's still light out. There's a moose in the back. Only on the Sports Beard Sports Show post-game show do we get moose in the driveway. So I gotta put the door in. Just because my dogs will go ape shit. So yeah, so I think Crosby was an easy target, especially when he was having the concussions and he was whining and crying a lot to the refs, and he was getting away with a lot of stuff. I mean, the fact that I remember that Sabres game, he slashed that dude's finger off, and they called a penalty on a Sabres guy. I was just like, this is ridiculous. The guy can't even call bad penalties against him. But yeah, so Canadian Bacon, moose are like rats in Alaska. They're all over the place. Yeah, and I don't know where he went. Anyway, yeah, they come graze on stuff and all that sneaky. Here, I don't know. That's not great. Look, here, let's do this. I'll do this. I got an adjustable desk. Oh, I'll move down. So, yeah, it's really common to see. Ooh, this goes lower, does it not? No, I want you to go lower. Yeah, so if he comes back, I didn't want my little guy. Here, give me Moosey. Come on, bye-bye. He did my guard dog. I didn't want him going out chasing him. They'll charge him and stuff. So, yeah, Canadian Bacon. I know it's bacon hockey. I was actually saying that earlier in the night. I know it's you, buddy. I was talking about our conversation about the Calgary draft in 2015. And how, yeah, I think he was a little bit of a crybaby, and he kind of earned that moniker, Hugh. But again, I don't want to. That's the thing. John has got great perspective on this. He's a Leafs fan, and I'm going to say I'm a Caps fan. And it's fun to have a team to root for. But honestly, I enjoyed hockey a lot more when I didn't have a team. In the early 90s, when I really didn't root for anybody, I like Kyle, like Doug. Yeah, he grew up. Well, Ovi did too. They all have. I mean, you know, Crosby's going to go down as one of the greatest players to ever play. He's won 3 cups. I wonder if some things didn't go his way late in his career. I'm really happy the concussions weren't the killer for him. I remember for a time there that Stamkos was kind of the darling for, you know, the Canadian media, and Crosby was kind of the forgotten son. But you know, Crosby's an incredible player. He's worked very hard for everything he's had, and he deserves it. And he's a great player. And, you I always thought it was foolish to compare Ovechkin and Crosby. I think we waste all this time and just enjoy watching them. Caps fans that are good Caps fans give Pens their props. Same with good Pens fans giving Caps their props. To me, I know if I lose, like I wasn't happy about losing to Carolina. I'll tell you what bothered me about that series. We lost them. They lost the next round. But TJ Oshie's Fogle wasn't suspended. He should have been suspended for checking TJ Oshie from behind into the boards. So, what'd you say? He also didn't have Ovi's grit. Alex could talk smack. Nobody wanted it. Yeah, I mean, Ovi doesn't speak. I mean, he doesn't speak incredible English. I mean, speaks better English than Malkin, but because he virtually doesn't speak English. But yeah, they're both going to be first ballot Hall of Famers. I mean, they almost both deserve the. They waived it for Lemieux. They waived it for Gretzky. Those two, they saved hockey. NHL is in bad shape, and it wouldn't be anywhere where it is now if it wasn't for them. The Blackhawks were huge too. I think anytime the Bruins winning a cup, anytime original six teams, that's why I said it would have been really cool to see the Rangers win one. You would have had the Blackhawks, Bruins, Rangers win cups. 3 of the 6 original 6 teams winning cups in a 5-year span would have been really cool. Yeah, I mean, Ovi speaks great English. Every year he gets really good. So yeah. Ovi, I'll say I've seen Ovi hit Crosby a few times in games. There always been clean hits with the flow of the game. I've never felt like any Ovi on event. I'm really glad. I would never want any controversy with them. It would just be, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, he destroyed. Look, I didn't know Ovechkin was, dude, he's 6'3", 240, he destroyed Svechnikov. Like, Svechnikov thought he could just, like, and now Ovi's got to a point where, like, he doesn't want to throw blows. You saw what he did to who's the little agitator for Boston. He's good. He's another guy you'd want on your team. Frederick was cross-checking him right in the wrist, right where the glove and the pad aren't at. And anybody that plays hockey knows that's the worst place to get hit, right there on the wrist. And Frederick was slashing him, and he just gave him the shot to the nuts, and he got a fine for it. I've seen Crosby slew foot guys. I've seen Crosby do some dirty shit to guys in games. I saw Brandon Dubinsky, a fellow Alaskan, call Crosby out nationally for it, love him for it. And now I've never seen him get fined or suspended, and I feel like Sid should have a couple of times. So it is what it is. I don't want to. Again, I feel like if you see, it's just sour grapes if I sit here and I shit on Crosby because I don't agree. I think Pittsburgh fans, if they looked objectively at it, would see that a lot of stuff went in Pittsburgh's favor and helped them win 2 more cups. And Mike Sullivan's an American coach. He's the only American coach to win 2 cups. He also is the only American coach to win 2 cups to add Sidney Crosby. Bilesma was also an American coach too. I love Bilesma. I thought he was a great coach, by the way. When they did Hugh, I don't know if you watched it. I remember. Did you watch the Pens Caps road to the Winter Classic? Again, they weren't in the same division then, so they had to manufacture this stuff. So like I think they made a lot of this Crosby Ovechkin stuff be more than it was. And it didn't help that in NBC, they had that little rat fucking shit, Pierre Maguire, who was a Penguins assistant coach in the 90s. And he wore his Stanley Cup ring in every interview and would just shit on Ovechkin. And I hate Pierre Maguire for that. And I know he's a good media guy and he knows hockey like so well. But it's like, I bothered because it's just like his love for the Penguins and Crosby always came through. And I always felt like there was a little bit of a Russian bias. And I was like, how do you not like Ovechkin? If you're a casual hockey fan, that's the guy that's drawing you. If you're a diehard hockey fan, you love Crosby and you appreciate him. I don't know that Crosby brought the casual hockey fan. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Hugh. He's a Penguin through and through. I know he was with the Hartford Whalers and stuff, and he's been doing media for a while. I'm glad he's not on most of the national games. They have Brian Boucher, and it's also good that ESPN got him. However, I will tell you, Pierre Maguire lives in Connecticut, and he will probably get a job with ESPN. And look, I'll tell you, before Crosby, I never had a bad thing to say about the Pittsburgh. And it didn't hurt that Crosby and Ovechkin played, and they played in the playoffs, and Crosby got the better of him most of the time. And I would always argue that Crosby played on the better teams every year, with the exception of the 2 years in 15, 16. I feel like or 16, 17. I think the Caps have had a Stanley Cup winning team really since 2014. I thought 2011, the year Boston won, we beat them the next year in the second round. We could have went, I think, really from 11 on, the Caps have had a team that could compete for the Cup. But goaltending has always been an issue. When we were going through the draft, Pittsburgh had I'll just do it real quick. This is just so easy. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, Hugh. I mean, like, you got it, you get it. But 2003, you get Fleury, right? 2004, you get Malkin in the second round. Second pick overall, excuse me. 2005, you get Crosby. 2006, you have Jordan Stahl. And actually, looking at that draft, we were looking at that NHL draft from 2006. You could have drafted, and not that Stahl was bad. You would have lost this player probably to free agency anyway. But you could have drafted. You got Stahl number 2. So Pittsburgh got the number 1 overall pick in 2003, the number 2 overall pick in 2004, the number 1 overall pick in 2005, and then the number 2 overall pick in 2006. And they drafted Jordan Stahl, which Jordan Stahl was on that 09 Cup, and he was a really great third line center. And we knew you were going to lose him in RFA when he came up. But so Caps got back from the third pick was Jonathan Toews. So Pittsburgh got Toews. Okay. I'd say that Phil Kessel was 5. Kyle, Claude Giroux was a 22nd. Nick Foligno. There's some good players in this draft. Vlad Marchand was a second rounder. Leo Komarov, which I didn't know Leo Komarov was an all-star at one point. It must have been when he was. But, yeah, so that's why I'm a little salty with Edmonton, because they tanked. Pittsburgh was bad. They deserved those high picks. Crosby, they lucked into because it was a lottery or whatever, allegedly. Because the Caps could have got. Can you imagine Crosby and Ovechkin on the? Like, I wonder if Crosby and Ovechkin were on the same team. If Crosby would have went to the Caps. I wonder what that would have looked like. I wonder if that would have been Messier, Gretzky level stuff. And you never know. It would have just been incredible. And it could have went. It could have went that way because Crosby was a lottery. They didn't have a season the year before, so there were a lot of teams that could have won him as a pick. My problem with Edmonton is they got multiple shots at getting good. Do you guys remember the Nail Yakupov draft? What was that, 2012 NHL draft? I'm curious. Was that 2000? Yeah, I think Komarov was an all-star at one point, Canadian Bacon, but he was a late pick. I think he was an all-star with the Leafs, like 5 or 10 years, like early in his career. I think he had the Wikipedia don't lie. I mean, they do lie, but not on purpose. But I think Komarov was an all-star. At one point, he got elected to the all-star game. If he played for Toronto, he probably did if they were on those lousy Toronto teams. So, 2012 was Edmonton had the number 1 overall pick. They picked Yakupov. Ryan Murray was the guy I was talking about earlier. I don't know who stayed in here and remembers that. I believe that somebody offered the Blue Jackets, and I want to say, I can't remember who the team was, but they were picking in the top 5, like 4 first-round picks for that, and they turned it down. I bet you. I don't know if it was Kekalainen, if it was Jarmo Kekalainen. Dude, Hugh, it's not working though, right? It's not working. Toronto, I don't think for Canadian Bacon, for Flames fans, you appreciate that pick, right? So Galchenyuk was the 3rd round pick. I think we were talking about, was the 3rd overall on that. Reinhart, not the top 5. So it doesn't say Morgan Riley's been an all-star, but that sounds like it's an error. You know what? I think Crosby would have done really well, Hugh, in Montreal. I believe he grew up a Canadiens fan. And being an introvert, the kind of guy Crosby is, I actually fits in a Canadian market. I don't know, John, what the fuck I'm doing. I'm still going. We were having a really spirited conversation about Crosby and Ovechkin, and I was saying you shouldn't compare them. It's just unfair to compare them, and I think we waste all this valuable time and just appreciate them. So we were just kind of talking about the Capitals. In this draft, the Yakupov draft, the Capitals got Philip Forsberg and Tom Wilson, and Tom Wilson was the 16th pick. And I still am irritated that we don't have Philip Forsberg. I will punch George McPhee if I ever see him for making that trade. But Pittsburgh got a good draft there too. They had Oli Mata. Oli Mata was solid for them. I think, wasn't he on one of those cup teams too? How has Riley not been an all-star, John? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I'll just say this. We're looking at the 2012 draft, John. And Yakupov 1, Ryan Murray 2, Alex Galchenyuk 3, Griffin Reinhart 4. I would take Riley all over those guys. Philip Forsberg, this is not a good draft. Jacob Trouba, Matt Dumba's a solid player. Hampus Lindholm's a solid player. But Zemgus Girgensson, another guy from Buffalo, I think's had some injury problems and not, Thomas Hertl, he's a nice player. Vasilevsky, you do that draft over. He's probably number 1 overall, right? What would I say? Should see the arguments we have in the John's Discord. I love the Hot Take Hockey Discord, and a lot of times I'll go on there when I'm not online. But there's a couple dudes that are kind of like bummers in there sometimes. So oh, John, you missed the moose in the driveway. There was a moose in the driveway, and then I brought the Pooch and Monkey style in. Pooch and Monkey style, Pooch and Monkey style. Yeah. So, I love doing these redrafts, man. It's so cool. We talked a little bit about it tonight. Yari Curry was a stud. Komarov was. Yeah, John, I was saying, I don't know if you're still in, John, but Canadian Bacon was like, Komarov was an all-star. And I said, it says he was an all-star at one point in his career. And I said it was probably when he was with the Leafs. I remember him being a pretty good guy with the Leafs. So, yeah, how is Riley not been an all-star? That doesn't make any freaking sense. That guy is incredible. And I don't know I know John has heard this, but I don't know if you guys have heard Brian Burke talk about, what they thought of Yakupov and what they thought of Riley. He thought he was the best player in the draft and he would have traded up for him. And if you look at that draft, I mean, you could argue Philip Forsberg, but I think the Maple Leafs benefit from having a guy like Morgan Riley. Anyway, what a great guy. I don't know where he's from. He played for the Moose Jaw Warriors, so is he a Saskatchewan boy? He's a British Columbia kid. Yeah. God, how beautiful is that? So cool to grow up. Winslow Gaming, what's up? 6 in the chat. I'm going on 3 hours. I just didn't want to stop talking. And it's not late here. It's like 8:57. So yeah, I was just saying he's from Vancouver, John. I looked it up on. I use the Wikipedia draft because then you can click on the players or highlight them. So Caps had 2 good picks, and John's favorite defenseman was in that draft too. Cody Ceci. I remember them talking about Cody Ceci on draft day, and I thought he was going to be a player, man. I mean, a lot. You think the defensemen are kind of look at the defensemen. Ryan Murray was not the player they thought number 2 overall. Columbus would do that over it. John, I don't know if you remember. You're old enough to remember, and you've been such a diehard hockey fan. I swear this is true. I remember somebody offered 2 or 4 first-round picks for Ryan Murray to Columbus, and I can't remember. Yeah, isn't that the greatest call? By the way, John, since you're in here and I can talk to you, and we got to do the thing where we can be on the same stream. Capes of Mabes, come here, buddy. You have to add to the hype video the fucking overtime goal against the Winnipeg Jets this year. That was awesome. That's the one that I did the video for. And then you also have to do the goal tonight, the overtime goal tonight, because I can't remember who I was talking about it in the chat. It was so awesome because you were so pissed, Matthews. You're like, Matthews, what are you doing? Like, oh my God, then goal scored. It was so quick. It was so awesome, but your tone didn't change. So it was almost like you were pissed they scored. It was so funny. I was like, oh my God, it's so epic. That has to be. You need to get Ray Bro or whoever does your clips for you and do those. Those two calls are so good. And I love that. Blam! What is so good. It's so good. And I said, like, you need to celebrate those things and let that pressure off. That's what I was saying. I think that's what's so valuable about these chats and how it is such a nice break for us. So I want you guys to meet somebody. Come here, Capes and Mapes. Come here, buddy. This is my baby. This is the Capes and Mapes. Here's the Capes. Hey, Capes. Oh, I got cases. He cares about food. So I don't want the Leafs to lose in the first round. And I think anybody that's a hockey fan that's rooting for that is just, I think the Leafs are a great team, and I want to see that team win. I think that core is going to compete for a while. There's some veterans on that team that I would love to see win. And I'm not just saying this because John Viveros is a friend of mine, and I love hot take hockey. Doug Gilmour was my favorite player for a long time. I want to see teams in long droughts. Sharks would be awesome cup champion. They're not going to win anytime soon. Leafs are on that list. Vancouver Canucks, I want to see Edmonton's won 5 cups in my lifetime. I don't care if Edmonton ever wins a cup. I don't care if McDavid wins a cup. I don't want to see Edmonton do anything. How cool, and we were just saying, like, how cool will be, we saw what Toronto did when the Raptors, and the Raptors are popular and they've become way more popular. And I know there's some great Canadian basketball players and stuff. They will burn that city to the ground if the Leafs win the cup, right? Did I see your Riley comment here? Caberlet, my favorite growing up, but Riley has been my favorite since drafted. I actually knew that, John. You've said that before. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge. I know he's bothered you. I think, John, I was trying to describe your hockey knowledge in other sports terms. I think because you were a defenseman, you're such an analytical player. You think the game, and you're really smart about it. I think when you see players make mistakes at high, even at the NHL level, it really frustrates you when they're really boneheaded, like junior mistakes. And a lot of people don't see that part of the game. And I think that a lot of that has to do with your experience. And so I know Riley's frustrated you. I think I would look at it positively and just say the Leafs have not played what they're capable of playing. And we have yet to see their A game. And I felt like that about the Caps in 2018, and then they put it all together. So let's hope that's what happens and they win the cup. So it's so weird, John, because you're not 22 to me. Once you're an adult, who cares? You're an adult. And I don't try to patronize anybody. So I want to talk to you about, I'm so weird that you never got to see like Dave Ellett or some of the Leafs, Nikolai Borshevsky, or Carlo Koliakovo. Do you remember Carlo Koliakovo? I think he was going to be great, but he had a lot of injury problems. He played for the Leafs, right? Offensive defenseman. But that's like you were saying, like tonight is a great example. John mentioned about Dion Phaneuf being called a pylon. Dion Phaneuf played on, I don't know, Paul Ranger was the best defenseman that he played. Like, are you kidding me? Dion Phaneuf was a borderline Hall of Fame defenseman. He was such a good defenseman. He didn't put up the offensive numbers later but didn't he have like 20 goals with Cal? I mean, he was a great physical, like he was sort of like, people are like, this is what the modern defenseman is going to look like, big and physical. And, he played on a terrible Leafs team. And the only other player that was worth his weight in salt was Phil Kessel. And he wasn't appreciated in his prime, So Lupo was a great player too. He just had a ton of injuries. Lupo, I know, is loved by the ladies. He's had that ladies look, By the way, so we were talking about how great hockey players are off the thing. The other thing hockey players are good at? They never have bad-looking women. They always are the best. Look, yeah. So I figured Carlo was within your lifespan. Steen for Stepniak wasn't a great deal, and Steen played an exceptional long time. And I don't know if St. Louis Blues fan is still in here, but Steen was a great player for a really long time, but he was not like Stepniak didn't work out for you guys. It was one of those bad trades. I mean, when you met Riley, I was trying not to be a fanboy at the time, laughing my ass off. Only player I got super nervous with. That's, you know what, John? It's probably because you respected his game so much and you were a defenseman. I would be hard to meet I would have a tough time being normal around Ovi. I'd be overly exuberant, and I think he would love it though because he's kind of that guy. So, but Hugh is a big Pens fan. Hugh, if you met Crosby, you'd probably be cool with him. Crosby's such a kind of a quiet guy, and actually, Hugh. One of the things I've really grown to like Crosby's personality because of things like the Sandbaggers thing he did with Spit and Chicklets and stuff. I like when he kind of lets people into his world, and says, "Yeah, this is me. I'm not exciting." And a lot of people would probably rather watch paint dry than watch me do stuff. But have a hobby and don't be afraid to show emotion and yada yada yada. A close buddy, his girlfriend is Thomas Hickey's sister-in-law. Random fact. I'll have to look that up. Who Thomas Hickey's sister-in-law looks like. You met Goudreau, I would probably faint. Yeah, I bet Goudreau's he seems like a quiet New Jersey kid. If he gets traded, I hope the Devils get him. And like I said, we were talking about him earlier. He's a 4th round pick. He's exceeded every expectation of his draft, where they thought he would be in the draft. If you redraft him, he's probably top 10. But I think he's a great player. And every time I see, Goudreau's not living up to his, I think Monahan, I would put a little bit. And Monahan, they're both not old. I think 25, 26 or something. That's what the only 2 players that were a dick when I met them were Sagan and Kadri. So I saw Kadri did John, I don't know if you saw. Kadri did an interview with Spitting Chicklets. It was good. I didn't expect to like him. I didn't have any preconceived notions. I know Kadri's a Lebanese. I wonder how hard it was for him being a minority playing. I know Canada racism is just as prevalent in the U.S. It's no different. It's an Anglo-Saxon country. So I wonder just maybe he didn't rub raw. I've heard Sagan's a little bit of a player. He's kind of a mess off the ice. And maybe one of the big reasons that Boston traded him for Louis Eriksson, because that was not a good trade. And they were going to probably not be able to keep him anyway because he was going to make a ton of money. But he's definitely a skilled player. John, we were talking about, I think you were here when we were talking about Rick Nash. I've heard Rick Nash is not like that's too bad. So John, you would really be able to speak to this well. Toronto is such a hockey craze, in Canada in general, but Toronto is such a hockey crazed town. If you're a hockey player playing there, I imagine you get sick of the fans really quickly. Where I always say, and I thought he's having a tough go right now, Austin Matthews, but I always feel like American players do fairly well in Canadian markets because they're even in Alaska, hockey's not the most popular sport. Football is still really popular. Football gets a lot of hockey's up there. I mean, it's probably number 2. And we've got lots of NHLers, Nate Thompson, Scott Gomez, Matt Carl was a Hobie Baker winner, played for the Flyers, played for Tampa Bay. I think he lives in Minnesota now too, but so I don't know if he played for them a bit. Brandon Dubinsky, all Anchorage kids. There's some Phoenix Copley who's a backup for the Caps in the Sibs. He's from Fairbanks. UAF Parenko played at University of Alaska Fairbanks, but he's a Canadian kid. So is Jay Beagle. Jay Beagle played at UAA, but he's from Calgary area, I think so. But most hockey players I met are great. So yeah, I heard he's a crazy party. Well, he's a single guy too. He bought Madonna's house down there. Pretty funny how Marchand's party buddy Sagan leaves him and then becomes a star. Maybe Beer Belly was holding him back. I've heard that. I've seen that, John. I don't know if you are tracked this, but from what I understand of Marchand, he trains with Crosby in the offseason. Him and McKinnon and Crosby all play against each other, or skate in the summer, do the summer leagues. They used to have a summer elite league up here. I know A bunch of NHLers would skate in it here that were from the area. And Alaska is an awesome place to be in the summer. Like it's if you guys ever want to come visit, John, I got to get you up here one of these years. We'll go fishing or something, or just hang out at the lake. I live on a lake. And just paddleboard and chill and have some beer and relax and enjoy, like unwind. But so Alaska is a great place to come in the summertime. It's not unlike a Canada, right? So beautiful sportsman's paradise, Ontario, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't mind guys partying. Like they're 20. Like Tyler Seguin was 18, wasn't he 18 years old when he won the cup? Like, duh. And there was the famous meme of those girls holding that sign. That's real, right? So, like I know you know what I'm talking about. I won't go into it. But I just think it's like it's insane, right? Like yeah, Marchand used to party a lot with Seguin, the guys early in the 2010s, but then the last few years he's taken his game much seriously, especially since the Cup lost to Chicago. Well, they also lost to Blues. We were just talking about that. Yeah, he cried. I remember he was crying. I mean, he's a competitive guy. Again, that I think he was in that 11 or 15 draft, and he was second or third round pick. He's Winslow Gaming. I've met almost every current and former Capital that has played here in Hershey. That is so cool, Winslow. And Hershey's a cool town, man. I did some military training at Fort Indiantown Gap. That's where a lot of the aviation guard stuff is. And there's some great it's so great back there. It's neat. Pennsylvania is a great state, really cool. I don't know if Hugh's still in there. I like Pennsylvania a lot, Hugh. It's awesome. I have a picture with Carlson and Hope. That's so badass. You think Beagle, and that's just off the top of my head. That's super cool. Yeah, Carlson played. Holtby both played for the Hershey Bears. And I know Holtby was on. I don't know if Johnny C was on the Hershey Bears Calder team, but I know Holt Beast was. And Nick Kiprios, by the way, John from Hot Take Hockey, was a Hershey Bears member and played on a Calder winning team with the Hershey Bears. But I don't know if they were affiliates of the Caps then. I think they might have been for the Flyers. But the Caps have had him for a long time. So who yeah. You've lived in Hershey basically your whole life, Winslow. That's really cool, man. Yeah, that's a beautiful area of the country, man. I've heard those games are raucous. Have you been able to go to any games this year, Winslow? Winslow. I didn't know you were a Caps fan. That's super. Or I'm assuming you're a Caps fan, because if you live in Hershey, you might be a Caps fan. If you're not in your Pens or Flyers, I totally get it. You're from Pennsylvania. Hershey's central, right? You're actually closer to Philly, right? One of the coolest things I got to do when I was at school down there, guys, if you're still, it looks like we've had a couple drop off, so I don't know if Winslow stayed, was I got to do Gettysburg. I'm a huge history fan, and it was so cool to see the Battle of Gettysburg and tour it, and it was very awesome. One of the coolest things I got to do while I was there. Really neat. So yeah, sweet. Yeah, I mean, Gomez is a great guy. I know a lot of, haven't been able to go to any Bears games yet this year, but I might later. Yeah, so somebody asked me about UAA tonight, and I know they're playing. You are a Caps fan. That's cool, Winslow. Yeah. That's what the great about this community is. I found some people that like the Caps, because I have a good buddy, Randy Nickerson, up here that's a Caps fan, but I don't see him much. I used to run into him at the Beer and Barley Wine Festival, but we haven't had that in a couple of years, and then, of course, COVID. So, and I would remember telling Randy, because he was a big Bondra fan, like he lived up here a long time now, and he didn't know about Ovechkin, and he had kind of fallen out of hockey. And I said, "Oh, Randy, you got to watch. You got to get the package." And like first year, I go, "This kid, Alexander Ovechkin, I've never seen anything like him." His rookie year, the first time I saw him play, like I was just like, "What in the hell?" And so for the record, Winslow, I'm from Montana originally. I grew up near the Canadian border, about 3 hours from. I have some cousins from Lethbridge, Alberta area. That's where they were kind of from. I didn't have a team. I liked players. I was a big Doug Gilmour fan. I never really rooted for a team, though. I was just like, oh, I love hockey. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And then when I was in my mid-20s, I joined the Alaska National Guard, Army Guard, and became a Blackhawk guy. And the training I did at Fort Eustis, Virginia, I got moved to Virginia for 6 months. So that was about 2002. And so the Caps games were on the radio. And they had Yager. They had gotten Yager in 2001. So he was with the team. I think Bondra was still there. Connor Walchuk, Brendan Witt. I Cole Oley, the goalie. So I would listen to the games. I was there for the whole season. I don't think they even made the playoffs that year. They weren't very good. And so that's how I became a Caps fan. Guys that are from an area, like John's from GTA, Greater Toronto area, what a great team to root for, the Leafs, man. Like Nick talks about it in his book. You grow up, like even Wayne Simmons, I saw an interview. He's played for half dozen teams now, right? And just like, yeah, everybody was a Leafs fan. Everybody grows up rooting for the Leafs. It's like they totally want to, you want to see that team win for that fan base at some point. Montreal fans, I don't feel bad, even though 90s. But that's been a long time now, right? We're getting close to 30 years on that. It's just like, I was hard to believe the Dodgers, the last time they won, I was 11. And they won in this COVID short year. And they should have won in 2017. Everybody knows Astros cheated or whatever. I don't have too much school. You got your school done. So you might do the Caps Devils game. Yeah. You should have a special guest sports beard commentator. I'm going to try to get a bunch done during the day. John, you're killing it. It's 1 a.m. there in Dude, so I'll tell you, John, I'm in my new media class. I got 2 weeks ahead and this was the last week. So I didn't have anything to do this week. I'm working on doing the overlay with Streamlabs and stuff. There's some things I want to do. I don't want to copy what other guys are doing. And I'm trying to make mine more broad sports, but, and I don't want to do a lot of play-by-play. I'm too old and my mouth dries up too much. And like, it's cool. But I like to do the color. Would you say no? I said if I get a lot done, but yes, we'll see. You're going to try if you get a bunch done. Yeah, John, man, here's what I'll tell you. And this is what I see. And you can tell me if I'm being truthful or not. I think this is a really good break for you from your school. And as long as it doesn't take too much of your time. And that's one of the reasons I jumped off your stream tonight, because you stayed on, almost 20 minutes after the Leafs game and just said, hey, if anybody else wants to talk, come over to mine. And you came over and referred guys. And if you referred in your chat, that's awesome. I really appreciate it. But I knew you had to get stuff done. And sometimes it's hard. There's something you got to do and you don't want to do it. And you're doing something you really enjoy. Cause John, you are so good at this streaming and you love interacting with your fans and you're really good with just bringing people together. And I love listening to your opinion on hockey. Like, I have no doubt if you want to be a play-by-play guy, you're going to be a Jim Houston because you're good at it, man. You're good. You're so good at it. And, but I will say, I think I see the relief in I could hear it in your voice. You sound relieved that you were getting to do this stream. And I think it's a nice break for you. So I don't want to discourage you from not doing it every night, but I also know you have a lot of work left and you only have 5 weeks left. And then you are going to basically be able to do it every night. So I would just say you're close to the end. Don't let too many distractions get in your way because you want to leave a good impression with the people that might be a professional reference for you or something. I don't know. And because I think if you want to work in this medium, you're going to do it as long as you want to do it. You're really good at it and you're passionate about it. You can't fake that stuff. And dude, I love listening to, that's why I said, like, who cares if you played high level hockey? I played men's league in my 30s. The first time I ever played organized hockey. I knew what to do and where to go on the ice, even though I can't skate backwards. I'm not even a great skater, but I scored goals and played center and I know the game. I knew what to do. I love because I've been a diehard fan, but you're like a high level, like I don't know what the percentage of of kids that play hockey in Canada that go pro. I'm sure it's low. I know that in the US, it's a very high percentage of hockey players get college scholarships because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of good schools. I had a friend, Glenn Bailey, his son, Casey, was a really good player. In fact, John, I forgot to tell you this. Casey got signed by the Leafs out of college. Casey Bailey, I don't know if you remember him. They ended up training him as Senators. And I talked to his mom a year or two ago, and he's playing in Europe. But yeah, so he was one of the first signees for Penn State. And Steph, my wife, went to Penn State for a while. What are you doing, Capes and Mapes? Is you okay? You okay? What's going on? But yeah, John, you don't have to tell me. I mean, I think I've been a fan of Hot Take Hockey when you had, I want to say 18,000 followers. And that was like 6 months ago, or maybe less, like 4. I've been talking with you on like chats and stuff, but I don't know how many live streams I went to, but I've definitely been going to live streams since we've had hockey. And wow, man, not even kidding. I was at the game where Casey Bailey scored his. Yeah. So I know Casey Bailey's dad, Glenn. He's a friend of mine. And his other brother, Kyle, was a really good player. I'm not surprised Casey ended up being pretty good. I'm sad he didn't stay in the league a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, he came out of college early. He was a 3, but he got a pretty nice chunk of change from the Leafs, I forgot. So that's cool. So Steph, I'm talking with John. He came back on the chat, and he was at the Leafs game when Glenn's son Casey scored his first goal. Yeah, so that's cool, man. I forget all this hockey stuff. Leafs Habs 2015 game. As Bailey scored, and I was at the building at ACC. What do they call ACC now, John? What is it called? Because I just always remember Maple Leaf Garden, and I had this awesome Doug Gilmour frame thing that was his 1,000th point. It was one of the things I donated to charity, but I don't know what they call. Is it Rogers or something? Oh, Scotiabank. Yeah. Okay. Little off topic. Nick Foligno actually played for our high school hockey team. That's not off topic. We're talking about people we know of Winslow. So Winslow, Nick Foligno. I thought the Foligno brothers were both American. I didn't know they were from PA. That's freaking cool, man. So both Foligno brothers are from that area, right? Because there's Nick and there's who's the other dude? There's 2, right? Oh, Pittsburgh. There's 2 Folignos, right? There's one in Columbus. Am I right? What the hell? I gotta look it up. Marcus. Yeah, there's Nick and Marcus. Yeah, Marcus is the one with the Wild now, but played. I think he was on a couple of those Cups teams for Pittsburgh. I forgot. I didn't know he was from that area. That's cool. So here's so this is so funny, Hugh, and goes in jersey sales. The Caps are like the #1 jersey sale with a reverse retro. The most searched players in the NHL. #1, Alex Ovechkin. #2, Sid Crosby. #3, Connor McJesus. #4, Austin Matthews. #5, Nathan McKinnon. #6, Leon Draisaitl. Then Bergeron, Kucherov, Kane, Pasternak. John, we were having this argument, and I'm glad you're kind of back in because I'd really like your opinion on this. I don't think McDavid is the heart. I think if you took him off that team, they're still really good because Draisaitl. I think that Patrick Kane should win the heart. And I didn't think this, but Doug McLean and Nick Kiprios got me to this thinking. I think Kane's the greatest American player to ever play. He's definitely forward. And I would have said Mike Modano for a long time. I think Mike didn't get credit for as good as he was for a really long time. You could count Brad Hull scored 700 goals. He's American. He was an American citizen, but his dad was Canadian. He could have been on the Canadian. He had choice for dual citizenship, didn't go. I really think Kane. I know he's slacked off. McDavid's points are incredible. I mean, the points it's just undeniable. Like I said today in your chat, John, I said I just don't see how they don't give it to McDavid. But yeah, I mean, like we're talking like the Blackhawks should not be a playoff team. One of the guys earlier in the chat was talking about how it was too early to say on I wanted to say LaFranchise. That was actually a player that played for UAA, but Lafreniere I was saying if you had a draft over, it was hyperbole. I was saying hyperbole, but I would say I would draft Stützle. if I was Gorton, I would take Stützle, having watched him play. Now, that being said, Stützle doesn't have the points on the Rangers. He's not getting top line minutes. He's getting a lot of minutes for them, for the Sens. I also said, and I don't know how you feel about this, John, but I've seen the Sens get blown out, but I have yet to see them not play hard. They seem like they are really playing hard. I know their ownership group is kind of a mess, but if I was a fan of them, I know Gabby's a fan, I'd be really super stoked if I was a Sens fan about their future. And it looks like they got goal. I mean, Forsberg looked like pretty good tonight. I think Toronto needs to simplify their game. And I think they're going to do that. And I really, there's something about this Leafs team that's just something about it reminds me of the 2018 Caps. And I hope the result is I will not be disappointed if the Leafs win. I know there'll be people that will be, but I think even haters will have to just be like, it's good. And it'll be good for those kids. I think Matthews is gripping the stick a little tight, and they're just making it a little bit of an extra pass. And I just think they need to simplify their game. John, I am with you. I was talking about it earlier tonight. I love the NFL draft. I love the NHL draft. I've taken vacation days to watch those. I want to try to go on with you, and I'm off that week. I have spring break. So I get a month off a year from my college because it's year round. But I have a spring break, and I want to come on. I've done 3.5 hours. I could do 10 hours on trade deadline. And one of the reasons I want to come on is I don't get it. There's sometimes I think they show it on NBC Sports, and if they do, that'd be cool. But honestly, your stream will be ahead of me. But I'll work the Twitter or something, and maybe I can come on and I'll be the sports beard. Elliot, I'll be like Friedman when he had the beard. So you don't have to have me on by no obligation. Will my feelings be hurt if I'm not on? And we can't logistically do it. I'll go on hardline internet, but I definitely would love to come on for that and on the Hot Take Hockey channel and be like a Frege, like a guy, because I love that's why I said I will always get the hockey game just so I can play franchise and trade and play and draft and stuff. I freaking love that aspect of the game of building a team. That's why I love having these draft conversations with guys, because we were looking at this 2012 draft, which is just dumpster crap for the top 10 picks. Slater Cuckoo has been traded several times. And the Canadian kids get a lot of pressure put on them, right? I have yet to ask you, John, because you sounded like you played pretty high level. And then, so I had a question so the AA you played, that's not, is that above OHL, or is that like not OHL? You're not being paid, but you can go to college. I didn't know the difference between the Ontario Hockey League teams. I know those kids get drafted, and I think they get paid to some extent, but I don't think it hurts their eligibility for college. But I know it's different. I know you played. Now, did you play like AA, like semi-pro? Is that semi-pro, like a pro, like almost a pro thing? Is that you're going to have two different guests on throughout? So maybe I can have you on standby if Caps trade. Yeah, dude, I don't need to come on. If you already have a plan, like I said, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm going to watch your stream the whole time anyway. So, but I just figured, like, I'm pretty good about finding stuff on Twitter and Bleacher Report and stuff. But I'm not going to break it before you do, the insiders do. But every once in a while, like, I've been on things before where I was breaking some news. Like, I've broken some news to Bleacher Report on NHL trades and stuff because I followed those guys kind of religiously. But it sounds like you have a plan. So next year, maybe I've got a long way to go with the streaming thing. Like, I've done nothing with anything periphery. I got to do all the periphery stuff. So, yeah, I'm just glad to watch your stream. So you don't have to have me on. We'll have to do some logistical things too. By the way, tomorrow I'm sending out your graduation gift. I've got some errands to run. I got to return my wife's Apple Watch, and so I'm going to mail it to you. So hopefully it's there on or before your graduation date. I think it'll be good. I'm giving it about 4.5 weeks. So, but I'll send it through the post office. It shouldn't be too bad, and it shouldn't be too costly. So you'll dig it, man. I hope it's cool. I'm pretty sure it's something you don't have. So AA is the second highest. I stopped playing at 17 because of personal health stuff that came up. I decided to focus on university. My brother played AAA and played against NHL players. So in comparison to, and I'm sorry to hear that you quit playing for health reasons, because dude, you love the sport. You seem like you would have played your body. I think you made a good choice, man, because I'll tell you, I just think you were born to do something like this. Your love for this and your exuberance comes across. It doesn't feel fake. It's not forced. It's not contrived. It feels super real. It's not. When you took over the channel, you said you had 1,000 followers, right? You guys had 1,000. I think it's not a coincidence that you have almost 30,000 followers. I think that your personality is very magnetic. You can disagree with. You're a very agreeable disagreeer. You can disagree with someone and not make them feel terrible about it. That's a special skill. You have good communication skills there, and it comes across, and you know the game. You sound, so it's cool. So he played versus Paul Coffey's son. Oh yeah, man, that's crazy. Quinn Hughes' brother. Those are American kids too. A bunch of other guys. I sat near Craig Button when my brother played versus Luke Hughes on the OHL. Craig Button, I believe, is an American player too. We have an American guy, American hockey personalist, and he's good on. I don't know, is he on TSN or is he on Sportsnet? He's kind of remember. So John, you will remember that guy who used to do the Canadian draft. He would do the NHL draft, and he was like an outside guy from the NHL. And I know he passed away. He wasn't very old when he died. And I wish I could remember the guy's name. I'll look him up real quick. Long time NHL draft. You'll know who I'm talking about because he was on the Canadian. No. Jim Gregory. No, that's not it. He passed away like 4 or 5 years ago. Anyway, but Craig Button is a smart draft guy. Like he follows that stuff. So my brother and I have played high level for the most part. Yeah, I just didn't know the difference between the Ontario Hockey League and AA, AAA. Your brother's tall too. He seems like he's really tall. So did he play forward, or is he a D like you? Tough that you made the decision to quit. But I think you made a good choice. I mean, it sucks that you had the health stuff. I totally get that. The older I get, and surgeries. I chainsawed my knee last summer. That was not fun. So I was really lucky I didn't do any real damage to my body, but I didn't tear any ligaments or anything. But good thing I was trained in the middle. I didn't freak out or nothing. I just I made a pressure dressing and was like, Stephanie, you need to take me. Went to the urgent care place and I told the nurse, I was like, hey, I chainsawed my knee. Can you stitch it? She's like, you need to go to the emergency room. So I had to go to a real hospital. So yeah, AAA is the level before OHL. Okay. My brother was probably going to play some type of junior, but COVID made it really tough. Oh man, that fucking sucked. No, but can't you play overage? Now I know Nick talked about that in his book. Can't you play in the OHL like up to 20? And then if a team is interested in you, even though you don't get drafted, he could still play minor. He could play ECHL, AHL, stuff like that. So he could still have a career in hockey if he keeps at it, right? Yeah, your brother's 17, so he might still push for something. He's a D-man. Okay, he seems tall. Like I'll tell you, like, dude, freaking Chara. Is it John Halligan? That's not it, I don't think. I would know the name of the guy. It's been a while. You would know the guy because I know you saw him on there. Mock, but I don't know. Anyway. Gosh, I can't remember this dude. Total Canadian name. He's 6'1". I'm taller still. You're 6'3". So John, it does not. You don't. So we can't. I've only seen you sitting down and your brother walk by. So he looks tall and he looks skinny. He's slender. You've got like some build to you. So I'm barely 6 foot. In shoes, I'm easily 6 foot. So you can't tell height on YouTube because you do not look 6'3", bro. That's crazy. You're tall. You're tall, man. That's awesome. I didn't know you were that tall. That's pretty incredible. I bet anybody in the chat did not know that you were that. Because also, John, your videos where you're doing like Leaf after the game interviews and stuff, you're standing next to a guy. There's no comparison to tell the height. So it's very hard to see what somebody's height is in a photo or on a stream. I raised the desk. So that's crazy. I would not have, you could tell I'm pretty tall. No, but John, I can't. I'm telling you, I've you used that photo for a couple different things, do you not? So yeah, this is one of the photos I'm talking about. Okay. So I didn't realize that dude had like a handlebar mustache. Who was the guy in the photo? Who's the guy in the Twitter photo? Here's the Twitter photo we're talking about, guys. John's Twitter photo. Because if I knew who the guy in the Twitter photo was, I might have been able to tell. Now that I look at the Twitter photo, I thought he was another kid. So I just thought he was like a little kid or somebody you interviewed outside. You look tall. Now that I see he's like a full-on adult, you do look tall. John's 6'3". Oh, dude, the Sir from the Six. I know who Sir from the Six is. I follow him because of you. Yeah, and he's got a great name. Is he a Canadian kid? Is he a Canadian guy? Where'd you meet up with him? Is he a Raptors fan? It looks like you met up with him at a game. Yeah, that's cool, man. I did not know you were 6'3". So I remember saying something a while back that nobody would talk shit to you if I was standing next to you. Nobody would talk shit to you, period, dude. You're a big dude. Nobody's gonna come at you, bro. He's 30s. He works at Scotiabank. Okay, cool. That's awesome, man. Dude, I'll tell you, like the whole kind of like streamer community that you've connected, and I act like this is new. I'm sure I've known people have done this for a while, but I just didn't know like the extent. And I also didn't realize like how cool it would be to just like have people in the chat and be able to talk with them and be like, yeah, this is cool. This is basically you and I. There's 4 people in the chat though, and I appreciate this is fun, dude. Like I'll talk for a while if you guys want to keep talking. I don't know if Winslow or you guys are still in the chat, but I have all these questions I want to ask John, and I think I'm thinking of them now. And so I was like, oh, he's back in the chat. I'll just ask him, hey, Siri, turn off the living room overhead light, please. I gotta work on some light for the, I need my ring light is what I need. It's in the office because what? Yeah, I'll go for a little bit longer as long as guys want to stay and talk for a few more minutes. I'm not tired. What do I got to do tomorrow? I got to take your watch back. I'm going to mail John his graduation present. And did you want to go with me? So this COVID has been crazy. So some of you know I was in the military, and I spent a lot of my first couple of years of being married to my wife away. We missed 2 of my first 3 anniversaries, and we were talking about it for this thing. And just can you find a place to plug it in over there, and I'll just put it on the. So I spent 9 months in Iraq away from my wife, and we were like, yeah, it was sucky. You know, you missed the time. It was a really good summer in Alaska. I missed it. But we've now been home together a year because of COVID, and she's worked from home. And it's so insane. Yeah. Here, give it to me, Steph.
No, it's too far away. Move your desk closer.
Babe, the plug thing is like right there. It's just like your setup. So, like, just plug. So anyway, if you can see me, I'm here. Hey Siri, turn on the living room overhead. It's better than nothing.
Did you want to turn on your lights?
Yeah, turn on the living room overhead, please. Hey Siri, turn on the living room overhead.
Okay.
Get
The
this.
lights are on.
So anyway, we've done fairly well. We haven't been at each other's throats too badly. It's crazy times. So yeah, that's crazy, John. I never put two and two together. I just thought that was like a short kid in your Twitter photo, and I didn't know it was Sir from the Six. So that's like that stuff. Yeah, so John, the camera's garbage. So I got to figure that out. That's what I was asking you a little bit about. I mean, I could do some research. One of the things I saw, hey Siri, turn off the living room overhead. I just didn't want you guys to be blinded right in the face. And I don't mind the ring light. It's fine. Okay, done talking to Siri. Yeah, so that's pretty cool, man. Like I didn't know you were that tall. I mean, you look like an athlete, and I believe, why would you not be truthful? You were in the championship hat. You know the game. I never doubted your hockey acumen. Short players don't, are always counted against. I didn't know how tall you were. You're a good 3 inches taller than me. So, yeah, that's a bummer, man. I know that you had health concerns that it sucks when you're young too, man. Like I hurt my tailbone when I was really young. I'll just tell you, I didn't play hockey because it didn't exist where I grew up. You'd think they would have it in Montana, and I think they have junior teams there now, and they had comp teams later when I was in high school. But by then, like wasn't good. You had to have money too. It's an expensive sport, and I did not grow up with money, so. I think that's part of the reason my wife and I didn't have kids. We both come from kind of poor backgrounds. We were really poor. I was dirt poor when I was growing up. So I wanted to retire at the time I was 55, and I essentially retired when I was 43. So, I mean, it's not not life-changing money but I can live off of it, keep the lights on the rest of my life type thing. So, and then my wife has a great job. So that's really cool. But she worked at a bookstore when we got married. So we didn't, it was one of those things. So God, I wish I could remember that dude's name. Yeah, John, I totally get it. Personal medical stuff, the HIPAA laws prevent, I don't have to ask. People can be, not everybody's an open book. People can be different about things that happen, and you go through and you can feel embarrassed. You shouldn't. It's, if you have a physical thing that's limited you doing what you wanted to do, it's not a big deal. It just happens. I'll tell you, John, I didn't know it doesn't affect your demeanor. I knew something was up with you a little bit when you didn't go to Kim's stream and you said you had a physical thing and you seemed really standoffish about talking about it. And I don't want to get you to talk about it, especially if you're not willing to. I would just say there's nothing to be embarrassed of, man. It is what it is. That's why I was very upfront about my mental health stuff, and I've had some really tough, dark days. And I tell people, it's like, hey, this is what I went through. This is how I got through it. And, I had a lieutenant colonel when I came out, or excuse me, a full-bird colonel who's a dentist. So it doesn't matter. But I came out and said, yeah, I almost shot myself in front of my wife, even after years of therapy and this horrible thing. But I've worked very hard, and a lot of people are like, we didn't know that about you. And I said, yeah, but I've been upfront about it. I've been in aviation battalion for 8 years. It was kind of into my career. And this colonel came up and he's like, yeah, my 18-year-old son just killed himself like last weekend. And I was like, I was heartbroken for him. I said, go talk to somebody. That's all it helps to talk. And we were talking about it earlier. I think being on these streams and stuff, it's super helpful. you just being able to talk to people and be like, yeah, I'm into this, and we have this community that loves hockey. I think, John, I don't think you having a lot of subscribers, I think your personality and the way you are is a great deal of that. But the COVID thing is a huge part too, right? Because people are trapped and they can't get anywhere. So people want to interact with people. And I've been kind of a lone guy for a long time and not hung out with it. I mean, I did one thing. I went fishing this summer with some friends, but it was one of those things where it's like, I think the guy's name was EJ McGuire, John. Yeah, so John, like I haven't had any problems for a lot of years. So, but my wife will even tell you, like, the year I retired, basically 2019 was my last year. But I don't mind being upfront about it, because I feel like if somebody likes me or they appreciate the type of person I am and they understand that I went through that kind of physical, mental, depression and anxiety battle, that they're like, yeah, I'll tell you too, man. I took this class I took in college called Psychology of Play. It's, you need to, I didn't realize how important it was for us to play, whether that's you play a sport or run or do an exercise or play a video game or all the above. I firmly believe, like, this sort of thing is, if you allow it to be a positive outlet and not soaked in negativity all the time, is super beneficial. I think for you, like, I could see, like I said tonight, I felt the relief coming off you that you had this game. You were going to watch the Leafs play anyway, right? So you can do it with 500 of your closest friends or by yourself in your apartment, or maybe your brother comes over, right? Not that just hanging out with your brother would be a bad thing, but I'm sure it is helpful. And so I appreciate, you don't have to apologize. Like, I'm just glad to talk about it, because, like, I'm just saying, like, everybody struggles, everybody goes through tough times, everybody has physical and mental ailments. Some are worse than others, but our ability to empathize with each other and help each other get through those things are really what's important. And so for, like, me, I think that's what's important. And I want to say that dude's name was EJ McGuire. I don't know if you remember that guy. I know he was a Canadian guy. And he was very young, 58, I think. Yeah, EJ McGuire. I want to say, big time, I'm super thankful. Yeah, dude, and I think, like, you've made some really sound decisions, man, and you've made some things that make it, like, you stop playing hockey physically. It's definitely wasn't because you didn't love the game, right? So, but it seems like you've made some really sound decisions that a lot of people might not have made, and I think that it's helping you. A lot of people might not have made, and I think that it's helping you. And I think it's awesome that you have kind of founded this community. And, like, I'll always, like I said, regardless of what I talk about sports, like, I want to talk a lot of sports and stuff. And I'll do live streams for other things. But yeah, he was really young. I remember when he passed away being kind of heartbroken, because I remember, so the NHL Network would show a lot of that stuff. And I used to have the NHL Network. And I only stream now, and I have to have Sling TV or something. And it's Hulu Live was better, and most of the games were shown on the NHL Network. Games aren't blacked out on the NHL.TV app. So, like, I don't need NHL Network, really. I can just watch the highlights. And I love NHL Network. It's super cool. But so that's where I would see trade deadline. And so that's how I would watch TSN's trade deadline day in the past. Well, I don't have that ability now, and I'm not going to just sign up for Sling so I can have it for the one day. So I'll definitely be on I'm going to get my news from you and the Twitter. But kind of to roll back into that psychology of play thing is, you set a calendar. It doesn't have to be times or whatever, but you make time to do fun things, like play, like, whether you're still playing hockey, which I don't know what you're allowed to do there in Ontario. Hopefully you guys are starting to be able to get out. I know the weather's getting better, but I've got this homework to do. I'll show you these calendars they made us make. They're so cool. And I've been using them, and there's no time. Like, if I had a hard deadline for an assignment I had to submit, it's super helpful, because I'll red, especially because the time difference. Like everything's due Eastern time. So for me, it's like 7:59 at night. I have to have the assignment submitted by. But I'm not late with anything. I just don't like being late with anything. So I always try to be a couple of days ahead of my work, and then I leave myself time at the end of the week. If I didn't get something done, I've got that time. So, but I'm not like planning it down to the hour. It's not like a military schedule or anything. But I always put like, oh, take the dogs for a walk, or I've added like hot take hockey stream, watch hockey with hot take, or play PlayStation 5, or my wife's birthday is this weekend. She's like, I don't want to do detox. So I was like, what do you digital detox? She wants to do digital detox. So I got rid of Twitter for a long time. I had Twitter since 2009. Jeremiah Maxwell had a Twitter. The Sports Beard Twitter I just created since I got back into the community with you. I just did that. So I've had it for a week or whatever. I'm back on. But I was off Twitter since August, and I didn't miss it. The American political stuff, I was spending so much time. It was just a negative thing. I was getting nothing positive out of it. So with this Twitter, the Sports Beard Twitter, beard/sports, follow me on Twitter. I'm only following hockey, sports, some media stuff, because I do want to talk movies and music and stuff. Mostly movies now, because Mandalorian, Marvel. I'm super into that. In fact, tonight was Captain and the Winter Soldier, was it not? I think it's Captain and the Winter Soldier. Did we totally forget Captain and the Winter Soldier? John, did you stay up to watch Captain and the Winter Soldier? Because it comes on in an hour. So yeah, Captain and the Winter Soldier. I heard Disney Plus went up $1, so therefore they made $100 million. Because John, I don't know if you saw. Let's talk a little movies. If you're still with me, I think 3 in the chat. Who do we got in the chat? Black Widow to be released on Disney Plus. So I heard May, but I looked on IMDb and they said July. So yes, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The servers are going to crash like they did with WandaVision, which was so incredible. So yeah, you're still up. I'll tell you what, John, if you want to rally and talk and just BS, I'll stay up for you, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and then I'll come off. If you're staying up, I'll tell you too. I know you're young because like you stay up so late. You're doing all this work, and like I'll be dog ass tired after Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'll be like and I'll sleep until 10 because I don't have to be up for any early time. I do this intermittent fasting. It's helped me lose a lot of weight because I got fat. Dude, I got like 234, I was like 165 pounds when I was a steely-eyed paratrooper, like 6 foot, 165 pounds. So theaters in May, and then they'll add it in July. So I might actually go to theater to see it because one of the theaters, Century here, is open. And so I might just and you could buy the seat tickets and they're going to have limited views. I might just go to the theater because we're going to have, by April 8th, we're going to have our vaccine complete, the Moderna vaccine, me and Steph. And so I'm not going to feel uncomfortable going to like the theater and stuff. I'm kind of ready for this to be over. I'm tired of wearing a mask, and just because the beard, I don't go anywhere. I never go anywhere. We order our food and groceries through, what's that? Instacart. So, but yeah, that's cool. I didn't even think that you might be staying up for the Falcon and the Winter Soldier because we did talk about it. By the way, every stream, I feel like you improve like drastically. Like every time there's just like it's whether it's a small step or a gradual, like tonight's stream was so good. It wasn't even that great. Hey, Amon. What's up? I didn't even think it was that great a game, but it got really good, kind of because the Leafs played a little bit down to the competition. But again, I have to say this. I don't think the Sens have been outworked in any game I've seen. They've gotten destroyed by the Edmonton, but it didn't seem like they Amon, you're cool, man. Like I've been on for almost 4 hours. I didn't plan on it, just kind of developed. And then John came back and we're just chatting. So I'm glad to have you. We're going to rally if he wants to. Oh yeah. If you're still working on school, John, don't don't let me keep you from doing school. Yeah, I mean, dude, you gotta love their effort. And I think a lot of people thought they would be better. I saw Brady Kachuk on Spit and Chicklets, and yeah, they work hard. I mean, I know Edmonton's. I think Edmonton's beaten them every time they played them, and they've beaten them pretty handily. Again, Edmonton's high skill gets them. They beat guys, but you did the Calgary game, and Calgary needs to win. Like the Sens, I'm not saying they've been given a directive, but they don't need to win, right? I mean, they don't. They're going to benefit from getting another high pick. They need that depth throughout their lineup. And Sabres, God. I mean, Ottawa has 12 wins. I mean, they're not out of the Canadian division by any stretch. They have 36 games played. They have the most games played besides Vancouver. They have 28 points. So if they went on like a 9-1 win streak, they'd be right in the mix. I don't know about Calgary, man. They should not be a -13 as a team. I just don't understand. And the Leafs power play, what's going on? The Leafs just need to simplify their game. They're making that extra pass. That was what my concern with Thornton is. Like Thornton is like always pass first, pass second, like such a pass guy. And I wondered if he would not it's like Speza's shooting the puck and he's scoring. He's scoring like good goals for the Leafs. So I wonder. So Edmonton has scored 116 goals for. Leafs are 110. St. Louis is, that's goals against. Oosh. 109 for Pittsburgh, 110 for Caps. So Caps are 120 for Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay is the number one scoring offense right now as far as goals for. Yeah. I'm excited for this Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I liked both characters and loved the dynamic and thought Civil War would be crap, and I think it's one of the better movies they made. So I'm a little interested to hear what other people think, but I was like, how are they gonna do these characters? And they're good, man. It was very good, man. I shouldn't expect. So that somebody pointed out to me, and I know last night somebody was asking me about DC, and I like the DC stuff. Yeah, I'll keep talking, dude. Just get your work done. If you have any questions, maybe if I can help you or whatever, let me know. I appreciate you, John. Thanks. It's cool, man. It's fun to kill 4 hours and I feel rejuvenated and fresh just because I get to talk to cool people. So someone pointed out to me the difference between Marvel and because there was a lot of it out. I thought the Justice League first movie sucked. I enjoyed the Zack Snyder's one. I'm sure there was a lot of flaws, but it was so much better than the original. I thought it was good. So, but Snyder is very visual. Like everything visually looks really good in that movie. But the story, and that's what I felt like with the DC, outside of the Wonder Woman movie and the Christopher Nolan Batmans were good. They have their flaws like any other movie. What we're finding in the age of streaming is we don't need movies anymore. We need series. The Mandalorian is the best thing I've seen on TV in forever. To be fair, I've yet to start and finish Breaking Bad. I know everybody tells me that's good and I need to get around to watching it, but I just will only take on so many series at a time. But what the difference between Marvel and DC is, I'm talking about on the grandiose scheme, because I know the Arrowverse is very popular with CW and stuff, but it's almost a little more bubblegummy because I was a big fan of Smallville, love Smallville. But it was like high school, and I'm a sucker for that, like high school romance shit. I love that stuff. Maybe because I was popular in high school, but didn't have, the girlfriend or whatever. But, Marvel's stories are just the apex, and DC's like visuals are really great. I would like to see a little bit more of the visuals in Marvel. And there was some stuff, and like I thought Captain America with the On Your Left, with the Mjolnir coming, and Thor. There was some really cool scenes in that. But so Amon, I don't know. Did you watch on HBO Max? Did you watch the Harley Quinn thing? And it's like a rated R. It's kind of gritty. But it was done by Kaylee Cuoco. It was really good. I loved it. It was awesome. And it was whimsical and funny, but it had edginess to it. And they kind of paint some of the characters. It's good, man. If you have HBO Max, it's worth. I don't know. There's a couple seasons, so I hope she's still doing it. I hope she keeps doing it because I know she's got some other shows out, but she has a deal with HBO Max, so it's good. And I agree. I think DC, they could make some of that stuff animated. I'll tell you, like Cyborg had a big part. Did you watch? I don't know, Amon, did you watch the Justice League Snyder cut? It's almost 4 hours. Because a lot of people bitched about the length, but I was like, it's like Netflix. I watched almost 10 hours of Formula One stuff last night so I could get in that whole season right before the Formula One season starts this weekend. I just like, for me, like who cares if it's 4 hours? Braveheart was 3.5 hours. I love that movie. It came out in like 93. It's just completely historically inaccurate, but it's a great movie. All the Lord of the Rings extended cuts were badass to me. The stuff they left out was incredible. So, so the original ones I didn't like. I thought it was crap. This was 4 hours. I thought it was way better than but it wasn't hard to improve. But like, Ray Fisher, the guy who played Cyborg, was a huge part of the movie. I don't want to do spoilers because you haven't seen it, but there's like a bunch of cameos. You're like, this guy wasn't in that movie. Why did they have that? So it's super cool. I did like Aquaman. I liked Wonder Woman. The Wonder Woman 1985 was a real big disappointment for me. And the reason it was a big disappointment is that it was cast really well. Kristen Wiig's awesome. Huge fan of her. I love her. Saturday Night Live, a big Saturday Night Live guy. Who doesn't like Gal Gadot? She's perfect for Wonder Woman. She's so good at it, especially with the backstory. She has the accent because she's Israeli. It's very convincing. And then Pedro Pascal, who's in The Mandalorian. I just said it's the greatest show. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I've loved Star Wars since I was a kid. It's my favorite thing forever. And the prequels, the Phantom Menace, I didn't like those movies. And then they came out with the new ones, and I didn't hate the new ones. They weren't terrible. They were so much better than the prequel movies. Like I was like, oh, they're good. They're kind of ending the story. I sort of like it. JJ kind of just copied a lot of the original concepts. So they made another Death Star, basically. I don't know. I liked them. Yeah. So if you have, oh my God, I'm on. I am so with you. The Ahsoka series. First of all, huge fan of Rosario Dawson. Huge. So love her. She's in Kevin Smith movies. I'm a big Kevin Smith fan. So glad they cast her. So good for the role. And I want to say, what about the Bo-Katan too? Like, I'm just saying, like, all the disappointments of Star Wars, I'll tell you. So I liked Solo a lot. My wife loved that movie. Rogue One, those were awesome movies. Loved them. Solo was good. I liked it. I don't know why people didn't enjoy the movie. I thought it was really good. And I'm a huge Donald Glover fan. Loved Community. So I liked Solo. I loved Rogue One. And Rogue One was kind of a prequel to the original Star Wars movies, but not with the Jar Jar Binks garbage in it. But very few things have taken me back to feeling like a kid in the 80s playing Star Wars in the wood. The Mandalorian took me back. It was so good. Yeah. So, and there won't be Baby Yoda. My wife was going to be all pissed about not having Baby Yoda or the child or Grogu. But hope no spoilers. I don't know if you've seen Mandalorian, but yeah, Bo-Katan, all this stuff is so good. And the great thing about it is they can do 10 episodes, 4 seasons. You can get a really connected story. I am bummed out Gina Carano is a stupid and couldn't shut her mouth. Like, who cares what your political beliefs are? You don't need to be out on Twitter saying stupid shit. Just leave it. You don't have liberal or conservative. Just don't say anything. You got a job. If they have a contract about saying, everyone's like, you shouldn't be fired. Freedom of speech. Yeah, you have the right to say whatever you want. You know, I forgot garbage has to go out. Don't let me forget before we go to bed, because we're gonna stay up for Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But like, yeah, just shut up. Who cares? I don't care who you vote for. Like, I respect your right to privacy. I don't care who you sleep with, and I don't care who you vote for. You don't have to tell. And if you feel persecuted, I don't know. Just like, if you have a contract with a company that says you won't say these things, don't say them. And it wasn't the first time she had said stuff. So it was just kind of the story. I think she had been warned, and finally just that was like the thing. So it's stupid because I liked it. I don't know. Aman, you're from Cali. I don't know if you're connected to the movies or, I want to work in movies. I'm in college for digital cinematography, or whatever. I want to do a lot of stuff, and I want to get experience in editing, whatever. I'll do whatever. And I love Cali. I always wanted to live there when I was a kid growing up. I just thought it was where all the cool stuff came out of where I'm from. And so, I don't know if you ever saw Steven Soderbergh movie that she was in. I can't think of the name of it. Oh, hold on. I'll just look it up now. Yeah, whenever. I think I got quite a bit, actually. I'm fine, babe. Yeah, mates, who doesn't love Sam Jackson? Well, I mean, so what was the movie she was in? She probably went up in popularity, honestly, because of what she said. So she was in Deadpool. She's good in that. Oh, she was a bad guy in Deadpool, though, so they don't need to have her back for that. Haywire was the movie I was thinking of. That's a badass movie. If you ever get a chance to watch that movie, it's really worth. I don't know if John can hear me. Like, watch Haywire with Gina Carano. Good movie, man. You don't have to like her politics, but she's a real MMA. I mean, she was kind of the first MMA champion, and then Rousey came along and Misha Tate, and so. But yeah, I mean, I didn't know she's from Texas. That makes sense. She's older too. She'll be 40 next year. So, yeah, I like Mace Windu. I got to watch all the Rebels cartoons and stuff too, because those are really good. I got into I've gotten a couple seasons in, but I just keep forgetting. Other notable news: I think Robert Downey Jr. is coming back with his version of Sherlock after a hiatus. I don't know if you ever watched the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. Those are cool, man. I want to say, yeah, Sherlock Holmes 3 is in pre-production. Comes out this year. Nice. All-Star Weekend. It's got a movie coming out, All-Star Weekend. Yeah, so yeah, Guy Ritchie did those movies. If you're a fan of Snatch or Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking, those were really well done. And you know what's funny is there's been a lot of Sherlock stuff. There's a woman show on Netflix I just saw that's got the Millie Bobby Brown from and Henry Cavill, who was Superman, Millie Bobby Brown, who was in Stranger Things. And it's like she's like a Sherlock Holmes-y type person. There was a show on CBS for a long time. And then, of course, Sherlock on the BBC with, as my friend Kevin Smith would say, Benedict Cumberbatch, because he's badass. So I like my wife and I, we loved that show. And so when he got announced as Doctor Strange, I was like, oh, he's going to do really good. And I never thought Doctor Strange was not a guy I was ever interested in the character. I was never liked the mystic art stuff. And they made that movie so well, so good. They had badass actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor and Mads Mikkelsen as bad guys. Such an awesome cast. So super cool. I was so excited. I'm stoked for this Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I can't wait for Loki. That's going to be the shit. Tom Hiddleston. Oh, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't know if I can put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat. Night Manager. If you have a chance to watch the show, The Night Manager, I think it's a 4-part miniseries. It's got Hugh Laurie, who was in House, and Tom Hiddleston. It is a badass documentary. Yes, Loki is going to be awesome. Yeah, so cool. And I threw the Night Manager in there. I think, what was that on? It might have been on Amazon. Incredible. So good. Awesome. Yeah, I'm super excited. I can't wait for and then so I know they're not doing any Wanda Vision anymore, but Vision's alive. Like, there's a version of Vision alive now. What? Oh, yeah. Hopefully everybody's seen WandaVision. I mean, he's alive in the show, so I didn't spoil anything. But John was right about the NBA draft today. I hope we get – oh, my God, they're showing – ESPN showing highlights from ESPN, by the way, has been showing a lot more hockey highlights, at least 2 or 3 more hockey highlights than them. The West Coast ESPN has always showed highlights, though, and they've had – Melrose, God, Zibanejad. If he plays 10 more games against the Flyers, is going to have 30 goals. He has 11 points in 2 games. And honestly, the Flyers had a pretty good push at the end of the second when it was 6-0. So they pull Elliott 5-0. Elliott lets in like basically the first shot. It was not a good goal, but it was from the point of Keandre Miller. But oh my God, dude. 8-3 and 9-0. Zibanejad's second multiple player 6-point game since so Zibanejad had 12 points by the time that was over. Good God, Zibanejad. You are a beast. First game to score 15 unanswered goals in 2-game span versus oh my God. Oh man, here's off the walls Bruins. The Bees. Dude, what is going on? I'm partially I don't care. Like after the Tom Wilson suspension, I was like, I don't hate the Bruins, but I'm like, you know what? Like Boston, you've been in the mix for a while. Like, just go away. Oh, yeah. The Obi-Wan show. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm always reluctant with these big characters. Like I like these periphery. The Mandalorian is not like a major character from anything. It's just more lore. Now, like from Rebels and stuff, Bo-Katan and stuff is going to be kind of a bigger character. The Ahsoka Tano, those are bigger characters. I'm excited. I have high hopes. What I've seen from Favreau and Disney Plus, Amon, is they're doing a good job. So the NFL is going to require vaccinations, I'm reading on the bottom line. So how about the Flyers coming back? First shift to overtime, 4:44. Josh Bailey just skates by everybody. Halak does not save the puck. I know John missed this, and I think who buried it? Oh, I think Bailey buried anyway. Yeah, I'm excited. Again, I've tempered my Star Wars expectations, but now that The Mandalorian came out and was just incredible, I'm going to have a really hard time tempering my expectations for Bo-Katan, Ahsoka Tano. That's why I need to get through Rebels. So I get caught up on the storyline. But the Obi-Wan, I have high hopes. Hopefully the Obi-Wan show is awesome. So, yeah, super excited. Yeah, so that Sherlock Holmes 3. We knew he didn't die after the third one. So that's cool. It was going to be good. Guy Ritchie's coming back. Dexter Fletcher is the director. And Dexter Fletcher is a British actor. You guys would probably notice him. He was in Band of Brothers too. He's done a lot. He's a really good character actor, but he's also like an incredible director. He does a ton of stuff. So yeah. Anyway, I love Downey Jr.'s version. Yeah, so I don't know if it's Clone Wars. I think it's Clone Wars that I got to watch first. I'm trying to finish Clone Wars. So yeah, yeah, Mon. I mean, it's your parents, and there's always some crazy sadness to it. You know, I think Lucas got a little lucky with the original Star Wars. You know, so. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to yawn on you guys there. I'm not even tired. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm really excited for the upcoming Disney Plus. I know a lot of people tried to leave Disney Plus. They gained like 100. Everybody's like, "I'll leave Disney Plus." People are like, "Yeah, I'm not leaving Disney Plus for Gina Carano. Sorry." Falcon and the Winter Soldier, WandaVision, The Mandalorian. I mean, WandaVision was really good. I knew it was going to be a different show. If you watched, you know, sitcoms growing up, you just appreciated that show for the homage it was for that. And there was a huge underlying message in that whole show about dealing with grief and stuff. So, you know, yeah, I mean, I think, come on, if you're talking Star Wars and you know, I mean, I'm sure there's underlying messages of dealing with loss. And, you know, a lot of these people write these things as outlets for themselves to deal with real shit in their life. You know, it's just the best way. I mean, look at the David Ayers thing. They're going to make a movie out of that. Disney's going to make a movie out of that. It deserves to be a movie. It's an awesome story. I know Leafs fans like it's the most embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. I mean, should they have won? Probably yes. Likely they should have. Give the Carolina Canes credit. Are a great defensive team, and they just played their asses off after Riddick made a couple saves after letting 2 goals in. And they realized they could win the game by putting the puck in the other guy's net. Sometimes teams forget that helps. Yeah, so I read some books years ago when, before the prequels were even out and stuff, and they had written the Shadows of the Empire, and there was all this stuff. They had written some really good stories, and they could have used those and made them movies, and they would have been fine. And honestly, with this long form stuff, if they'd have done it, I don't know what they didn't. I don't know why the Jedi stuff has been they're trying to erase it. I don't appreciate. I think it's dumb. I think they already made the Jedi look really bad in the early movies, the prequels, and they didn't need to. They needed to rebuild that. I think it was maybe a commentary on organized religion or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure everybody has a theory on it because it's not real, right? But I thought the Jedis, the base principle of them was sort of like Buddhist, and they should have just kept with trying to reform that and instead of not having some form of it existing. Like, I didn't get why Luke said the Jedi need to be done. You're still going to have people that have the power of the Force, right? I don't know. I mean, it was a whole another show, a whole nother debate. So yeah, that part of it I wasn't necessarily that big on. And that's sort of why I love The Mandalorian, because it's post Return of the Jedi, but it's before all these New Order garbage that, where, it's one extreme against the other or whatever. It's just sort of kind of the same old stuff. So, yeah, but so we have 2 in the chat. I'm going to assume one's John and one's you, Amon. And I don't know who the other people were. I'm thinking I'm going to be done. I'm thinking I'm going to go call it a night. The book's way better, Amon. You're talking about Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. You mean like Shadows of the Empire and stuff? I mean, just like there was all this lore that was written, that they could have tapped into that already had a built-in fan base. Because in the Mandalorian, guess what they did? They put Dark Troopers. That's from a video game. They did all the stuff from Rebels and the Clone Wars that were insanely popular and really well written. The guy who worked on that show worked on Mandalorian, and so they put a lot of the stuff. They call it fan servicing. Kevin Smith uses this term all the time. I love it. So it's great. So Mon, I think it's just you and me, man, and I'm gonna bounce, man. I'm gonna go. I've been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I'm gonna get something to eat and call it a night. I appreciate it, man. It's really cool. But I think I'm gonna get something to eat, and I know I said I would stay on till midnight, but it's like 20 minutes till then. So I appreciate you guys coming back and chatting, but I don't want to be too much of a distraction for John to get his homework done. So I'll catch up with you guys. Have a good one, my man. Thanks for hanging. Boom. Sports Beer Sports.